Okay, welcome to part 37, Kerbal Space Program. We gotta test the lander that we messed around with on Minmus in the last stream. We're gonna send that out to the moon today, and we're gonna try to get some science and complete some objectives from there, and yeah, should be good. What's going on, everybody? I'm EJ. I play Kerbal and other games, if you don't know me. Hey, what's up? What's up, YouTube? How you doing? They showed a small clip of me at the Streamer Awards. I saw it, dude. Yeah, no credit. They didn't say whose stream it was or what it was, but, you know, we were on there. That's cool. That's cool. Somebody out there still likes me. Somebody up there still likes me. There's an accident, a car accident or something. Somebody up there still likes me. Free. You called this free. If you had told us the truth, we would have told you to cram that red pill right up your butt. But he said it's free. You called this free. Sorry, suddenly Matrix quotes? Oh. Big old bowl of slop. Weather guy, not gonna lie, you recently had a lot of vibe coding success, but I'm building rapid prototypes, so efficiency is not the goal. Yeah. I haven't been around the scene for a while, E2. What's up, man? I'm guessing KSP2 was a flop. KSP2 wasn't just a flop. It was so bad and never... They took too long, dude. It was so bad and so incomplete that the private division... Or not private division, Take-Two, the parent company, shuttered the studio, fired everybody, and then sold the IP off. Train wreck, dude. Train wreck. Just, yeah, certifiable. It's a shame. But there is other games that a couple of ex-KSP2 developers and a company out of New Zealand named Rocketworks are making a spiritual successor to KSP called Kitten Space Agency. And yeah, I personally had an involvement with getting some KSP2 developers over there and working on that project. I also am a consultant for that game. Yeah, it's KSA is promising, but it's in pre-alpha right now. But yeah, looks good. Looks good. You remember Tasty Wheat? Yeah. You ever had Tasty Wheat? Yeah, but technically neither did you. That's exactly my point. Oh, I know. How do I know the machines know what Tasty Wheat tasted like? Maybe the Tasty Wheat tastes like eggplant or tuna fish. No, not the catch reaction tray. Believe it or not, it was the ESAR failure, the Spectrum 1 launch. We should read Stefan's post on the Celestial reference frame when you get some time. Really interesting stuff. Cool. Me too. How are you doing? It's been years since I've last been here. Happy to see you're still streaming. I'm fine. Yeah. After that whole fallout from KSP2 folding, I stopped playing KSP for a while. I couldn't do it. Didn't want to. That left such a sour taste in my mouth, dudes. Like, it took like a year and a half to get over it. I'm amazed the stream survived. Workers kind of carried the torch for a little while there. But, yeah. Well, sister, have I ever told you the story about when I tried taking my family on a vacation, but a lot of unfortunate things happened, but we finally got to the amusement park, but it was closed for maintenance, so I held the security guard hostage and made him run rides for my family, and SWAT was called. What? Is this a joke? KSP2 failing killed Twitch viewer counts for KSP1 for a long time. It's not the same, Zeros. Trolls are gonna troll. Yeah, Frowlin, it's one thing with trolls trolling, but when a viewer that's been watching you for a decade plus says that in chat, it raises some questions. Oh, it's Family Vacation's premise. That one went over my head, man. It's Monday. You can't do that to me. Can't do that to me. I was like, what? What are you talking about, man? What? And he used a BB gun. Yep, yep. Yeah, that's natural. Yeah, that vacation. Yeah, okay. I get it. I get it. You threw one by me. All right. Let's jump in. So, where we last left off, we actually had 500 science from the last mission that we did to Minmus, and also, oh yeah, I gotta get the tunage going. And also from the station, the Liberty station that we have up. We could unlock one of these things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't really see the need to unlock that. We could unlock bigger landing gear, but we don't exactly use planes. Why group a heat shield with landing gear? In the plane, whatever. We could unlock girder segments, better docking ports. That's a useless thing. I don't care about that. Bigger fuel tanks could be useful for a bigger lifter. At least the Amsterdam trip was good. Oh yeah, the Amsterdam trip was great. Like, guys, I knew that the game was a little bit feature incomplete when KSP 2 came out. Like, I made it a thing to say it, but the thing is, guys, is that we were reassured by the devs that they have tons of runway. Like, and if the lead developer of, like, the creative director for KSP is telling, like, if Nate's telling me they have a lot of runway, I believe him. Like, why would he make that up? But I guess they didn't. Like, I don't know. I bet you that he was telling the truth. You know, with like regarding KSP 2, he told me that they have runway, so I was like, all right, there's nothing to worry about here. It's just we just got to let it cook for a little while. Either they had their money pulled or the big company was lying to them. I think in the shadow of COVID, Hellfish, Take-Two wanted to divest from not profitable ventures. I think that's what's going on. To us, we know that KSP 2 is going to take some time. The developers know that KSP 2 is going to take some time. Private Division knew that KSP was going to take some time. It's a game about rocket science. It's going to take a second. It's going to take a second to make. But also at the same time, like, that's not, you know that that's not how the money people see this. They don't see that this way. They see a game that's cost them millions of dollars that is not making millions of dollars, and because they think that a money guy doesn't know how obsessive the spaceflight community is with games like this. I don't think they realize the goodwill that they had with the intellectual property, which is, yeah, and well, them getting rid of the game basically killed that. There's no goodwill towards Kerbal at all. I will say this once, I'll say it again, guys. All they really had to do was just take KSP 1 and just make it run a little bit better and just give it better graphics. There's no... The flip side of that is that there was a... KSP 2 was supposed to be this big grandiose thing, and it didn't really need to be. It didn't really need to. Just take KSP 1, work on the back end a little bit, give it a little bit better graphics, and that's it. That's all you needed to do. Same thing with Cities, for what it's worth, dudes. All they had to do with Cities was just make the simulation work a little bit better and give it a little bit better graphics, and that's it. People would buy it. That's it. That's all you got to do. Like, they're sim games, dudes. Like, we get it. Like, the type of people that play sim games aren't people that play Madden. You know what I mean? And once again, like, look, if you play both of those franchises, like, I get it. But, you know, it's not the type of people that play Madden or sports games or something. You can do that with a simulation game, because the people that play it understand that the simulation needs to be upgraded over time. Like, you know, Cities is going to attract more civil engineers to play it than, you know, Fortnite, for instance. Just like per capita, right? Like, there's going to be more engineers. Like, obviously the cities community isn't nearly as big as the Fortnite community, but per capita, there's more engineers that play a game like Cities. People understand, like, if you're just like, hey, we got to upgrade it. We're basically the technical limitations for this. We got to refactor and go from there. Like, people will understand that, because if you make games about engineering, you're going to attract people that understand engineering, and you don't need to lie to these people, you know? Well, Pigzig, as far as I can tell, KSP1 was they tried to scale KSP2 against Felipe's. What Felipe was saying is that no, you can't do that. Don't try to scale it. It's not going to work. And they didn't listen, and they just kind of went with it. So, oh well. It is what it be, dudes. Do we have a space news tonight? I mean, yeah, it's not going to be much, Zelio, but yeah. Anyway, let's jump in. They did, Rares. They definitely did. I had that right from Nate. He's like, yeah, we're good. It's going to take some time. And it started to show promise with the science mode that came out. But it wasn't fast enough. Do we have any kind of provisional timeline for the functional KSA yet? No, that's on purpose. Develop it at the pace that it needs to be developed at. KSP2 is not... The way Dean set that up over at RocketWorks is that it's crowdfunded. You give them what they deserve, what you think they deserve. You know, there's not profitability or margins or anything. They're not charging anything for KSA. You support it, you crowdfund it. They're basically developing that game with a strategy that's like my stream, Reindeer. It's just like how we do things here. Support the project if you want to. You can play it for free. We don't care. You can watch a stream for free. I don't care. You're going to have to deal with ads. If I had it my way, you wouldn't. But support the type of games that you want and go from there. Support the type of streams that you want and go from there. Vote with your wallet. That's basically how they're doing it. So there's really no... It's just develop it as they know the scope. They know the scope of the project. They know what they need to make. It's just not like, oh, we need to release Q4 2027. Like, none of that bull crap. Just go. Just develop it as it needs to be, which I do appreciate. What really rustled you Jimmy's was them charging $50 for that pre-alpha abomination and dying on the hill of wobbly rockets. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I never had a problem with wobbly rockets. Like, it's just add more struts. That's kind of just how you get around it. Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know how it is what it is, man. Yeah, Aaron, I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch. I will judge KSA on a build-to-build basis and go from there. And fortunately, I have a line to the devs, so if there's something I see that I'm not, like, into, I'll let them know. What are we unlocking today? I'm not exactly sure. My gut's telling me to unlock bigger tanks. But do we really want to unlock bigger tanks? I mean, we don't really need bigger tanks just yet, but we have 500 science. I don't want nuclear power. I mean... Yeah, Wisp, exactly. A game about rocket science is going to take time. It's not a regular video game. And the developers, like Dean understands that. He knows. Dean was a modder for KSP1 back in the day, guys. He made the component space shuttle mod. So, like, that's why I stand behind him, because I know he knows. He was here. He saw what happened to Kerbal. Like, he gets it. We see eye to eye on that, which is great. What does it take to start Duna and outer communications? That should give you an answer. Can't unlock that stuff unless we pay to unlock it. I think I'm gonna get the fuel tanks, dudes. I think we'll do the fuel tanks. It's not exactly what I need right now, but we have the science, and there's nothing else that's particularly pressing. Let's just go from there. I have that unlocked, and yeah. All right. The grip pads. I do believe the grip pads are behind the paywall, so to speak. Yeah, they're over there. I don't understand why you unlock bigger grip pads and then smaller ones. You'd think you'd unlock smaller ones and then bigger ones, but the tech tree really never made a lot of sense to me. What we could do is we could build bigger ground stations. That's totally doable. Oh. We still have to go get Eliblis, and we need to bring Eliblis's craft back. We have all these buggies that we successfully repaired. The lander is still out at Minmus for another mission. I'm just gonna leave it there for now. Still have Liberty Station doing its thing. Their stay will finish when they're out of data. Computers used to be big and now small, Logic? I mean, it's not a computer though, Thumpar, it's a grip pad. But yeah, who knows? Mark that as debris. That rover is still operable, but it doesn't really do anything.
Go at throttle up.
Fall 9-month resub. Happy Monday to you, sir. Oh, thanks, man. Isn't it Tuesday for you?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thank you, though. Zach, what's going on? Well, if it isn't Eric Johnson Space Agency. Well, wait, Zach, what's your Arsenal, right? Arsenal? Yeah? You changed your name? Yeah, okay, I got it right, sweet. Well, if it isn't Zach again, you see Arsenal, MA, Collins Transportation System Community Payloads Program, man. Yeah, you think I forgot that? I didn't forget that. You know what's crazy, Arsenal? A lot of the people that submitted payloads for the community payloads program back in the day still watch the stream. That's wild to me, dude. You included. That's just weird. That was a long time ago, but yet people are still here. It's pretty cool. Guess I didn't get that annoying. Yeah, set nickname. Can we do that? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, there you go. Alligar, nice. Hey, Wartoz. 50 SEK super chat. I've come to the realization that your streams are really good and that I like them. Thanks. Thanks, man. No, we're gonna go out to the moon. We'll do that way. Who said anything about you not being annoying? Fair. So let's start building out a moon mission. So we need to plant a flag on the moon. Dude, it's so damn dry in here, it's playing havoc with my sinuses. 15% humidity in here. It's like I'm in the freaking desert. It's a dry heat. Yeah, or so. I know you've been here a while. At least the sin part won't rust. Yeah, but I do think with our current ground tracking station infrastructure that with an HG55 antenna on a craft, we could probably get to Eve. With KSC, we probably could. How much do we need to upgrade that station? 1.1 million. We can't do that right now. Oh, no, we could, but we'd have nothing left over. Yeah, we don't want to do that just yet. All right, let's do this moon mission. That's what we want. We could do Moonstone. That's fine. And we could get some good science here to unlock everything that we need. I mean, we don't necessarily, like I said, need science right now, but... Ground station. Sorry, I'm being repetitive. Okay, all right. Jeez. Attach a new part to a satellite in orbit around the moon. Attach a Communicatron 16 to the aging moon satellite. Ooh. Finish construction of a rover on the moon. I think belting those two missions out with a capsule and a rover, probably a good idea. Yeah, let's do that. I gotta figure out where the damn rover is, though. Alright, where's that satellite? That's Moving Parts. Moving Parts Experiments Group. Let's go look at the moon. It's retrograde. Retrograde insertion. That's what killed me over the last attempt. How do you know from this view? There's a little line that's going around. It's really hard to see it with the encoder. See that right there? It'll show you the direction of the orbit. That's retrograde. It's going against the way the moon is spinning, technically. I'm not sure our service module has enough to build this out correctly. And that broken rover's on the far side of the moon. I mean, that's the far crater. Let's look at... Hang on. Let me look at moon biomes. So that's the far side crater where that rover is. It's the one that looks like a plumbus. At least I think it is. No, that's this one over here. That's the east far side crater. Now, if we have the lander, it wants us to land in the northwest corner of that crater on the far side of the moon. We'll have Kerbal, so it's not that big of a deal working about, like, handling connection and stuff. I'm just wondering if we could get 3 biomes with the lander. It's possible. We could do far side crater, and then we could hop up, and we could get... You get highlands and then highland craters, I think. Like we could get all 3 right in that little sliver right there. Can we see that little sliver? Is it that one? No, it's a little bit higher clocked on here. It's this. We could hop down in there and then go. Good thing is that that lines up. Like, see how the orbit? If we park the capsule in this orbit with the lander, right? We'll be able to land down there, but that is 168 by 127. with or without the Schleem? Well, it's on the moon, so there's no Schleem. I think we can get this done, especially with the new lander. The new lander should be able to get this. So, how we'll plan this mission out. Give me finished construction of a rover on the surface of the moon. All right, let's do that. Attach a new part to a satellite. We need a Communicatron 16. Easy. All right, excellent. So now let's go look at active missions. We need to plant the flag, attach a new part. We need to find Moonstone, and then we need to repair that satellite. We can put that all into one mission. So how are we going to do this? Let's figure this out. We could send the lander. Send the lander first. We'll put the lander into the orbit around the moon from the contract. All right, that's this satellite right here. Is the Moonstone a robotic arm thing or just a surface sample? It's a robotic arm thing. Or no, it's just a sample. You could just grab it with the Kerbal. Dude, that satellite has a gravioli detector on it. You think the company would be mad if we just, took that and brought it down to the moon? Anyone? Bueller? I think we might need to just... We're just gonna take that because I don't have the gravioli detector unlocked yet. And gravioli detectors can give you tons of science. So do not recover it, bring it back. Yeah, thief. No, but hey, the contract says add another Communicatron 16 to this satellite. Ooh, it has a narrowband scanner on it too. Hello. Okay. Yeah, I might just put a docking port on this or just nick all the pieces. I just really want the gravioli detector, I'll be honest with you. They wanted me to attach another one of these antennas, right? And yeah. Could put a docking port on this thing and just take it with us. But I don't really need anything else here. Thanks, May. Okay, we're coming here. We're attaching that antenna and we're taking the gravioli detector. I don't need the ore scanner right now, but we can leave the satellite here. If we attach a docking port to the end of it, move the scanner, take the scanner, move the thermometer, put a docking port on the end of this, and then eventually that means we could grapple this thing and move it. Okay, cool. So the capsule's going to go to this orbit and it's going to do that servicing mission. Now let's go into the map view. The lander is going to need to be in the same orbit, okay? I'm going to put the lander into the same orbital inclination, albeit with a lower SMA. I'm going to have the lander closer to the ground. Hey, Johnny, what's going on? We'll have the lander closer to the ground, and then we send the capsule out. The capsule inserts into this orbit, does the satellite servicing. We take the gravioli with us, right? Do a couple of orbits around in the capsule, get gravioli. Gravioli is like just measure the gravitational acceleration. It's a biome specific thing, so you could use it for while you're flying over all the different biomes over the moon. You can get tons of science that way, right? So we nab it with the capsule, bring it down here, and then you could bring it down to the surface. We could install it on our lander, right? Bring that down there, and then go from there. Now, we need to see what the buggy needs. What does this rover need? Oh, not this again. This thing sucks. We need to drive west, not too far. Basically just need to put it at the rim of that. Oh, not even to the rim of the crater. Well, that's the easy one. It's just doing the construction. I'm gonna need to use the solar panels to jack the thing up again. Yeah. All right, I think we have our mission, dudes. We're gonna need to bring wheels. Just like before, 2 of the wheels are gonna need to be in the lander, stored in the lander, and then 2 of the wheels are gonna need to be in the capsule. The solar panels are already on it. We can jack up the payload that way and install the wheels and then drive it. Okay, I think we got a mission. First thing to do would be to put the lander out there. So what does the lander need? The lander needs the wheels attached to it. We could always just attach the wheels directly to the stupid lander. Looks like something, yeah, it looks like something you drop out the back of a C-17. Yeah, right? Could always give it these wheels. These wheels are retractable. Yeah, let's just inventory. Nah. Did you see what happened to Zach Ertz yesterday? I didn't really watch too much football yesterday, but I saw that Daniel Jones basically ended his career, which is a shame, but it is what it is. Cool. Is mass going to be an issue? Not with the uprated lander, no. No, XJ. Also, I gotta reinstall the science equipment on this thing. Forgot about that. We need to put a thermometer on it. Gotta put a seismometer on it. We have to put a barometer on it. This is not going to screw up mass or anything. A magnetometer probably wouldn't be the stupidest idea, but we'll put mystery goo down there as well. That should be good enough. We should do the Science Junior lander, but it's okay. This should get us some pretty damn good science. And we have the wheels to repair the rover. Good. All right, let's get this lander out there. This version has the vernier thrusters. All right, excellent. Switch editor. Perhaps with a rotating servo for the wheels, take them back into orbit. I'm thinking too hard. Dude, the wheels don't cost anything. Don't worry about that. Thoughts on Lando, the world champion? All right. Kind of would have been funny if Max took it, but yeah, that's neat. Congrats to him. All right, guys. Condor 9's good to go. Let's just make sure we mark the mission. This is 32. We've launched this 32 times. That's pretty cool. Yeah, guys, I'm just happy it's not Max or, well, let's be real, it's definitely not going to be Lewis. I will say this once, I'll say it again. With Ferrari, I think getting rid of Binotto was the dumbest thing that I think Ferrari has done in a very long time, and getting Freddie Vasseur in there was a really stupid decision. Yeah, I think Binotto did just fine. And I think they didn't give him enough credit. He got Ferrari closest to title contention in years, and then they fired him for screwing up a couple of pit stops. Yeah, I never thought Freddie Vasseur was the answer. Not that I could do any better, but yeah. I said that when they got rid of Binotto. I think Binotto was the best team principal that Ferrari has had in decades. So how bad will Ferrari be next year? Probably terrible. But you know what? Here's the thing, man. I don't care. I don't care. They're awful. It is what it is. All right, let's roll. 100% agree about Ferrari. Flavia, yeah. Binotto was great. Getting rid of him was a colossal screw up. Whoever made that decision is an idiot. It's just, Flavia, you're dealing with a bunch of stubborn Italians. You're dealing with stubborn Italians. You need an Italian to deal with the stubborn Italians, so you know how to deal with the stubbornness. It's just how it is, man. Like, you know what... Oh, nope, Jeb. Nope. Don't do that. And now Audi is happy about Binotto. And Audi's probably going to wreck because Binotto knows how to run a damn team. Like, it's... I just don't get it. Binotto had the team in title contention for multiple years, and they got rid of him for Freddie Vasseur. Like, it's just... Okay. This is like having Vince Lombardi as your damn football coach and being like, nah, we didn't win the Super Bowl this year. You're fired. Here is like Matt LaFleur. Like, okay. LaFleur's not a bad coach. It's just, he's not Vince Lombardi. You know what I mean? Like, just saying. New England fired Bill. Yeah, look what happened. That ended real well. 5 years of just failure. Weird how that works. You need a very stubborn Italian to deal with stubborn Italians. Am I wrong, Flavia? Dude, just because I live across the pond doesn't mean I don't understand that crap, dude. My family comes from it. Both my mother and my dad's side of the family, we're stubborn. We are stubborn pieces of crap. Living in America doesn't change that, all right? I get it. Like, it just, yeah, it doesn't make sense. But it does make sense to anybody that's not Italian. I get it. That's absolutely a thing. Deal with damn stubborn Italians all frickin' day. And you need to know how to deal with that chaos to make Ferrari win. For whatever reason, Ross Brawn knew how to deal with it. I don't know how, but yeah, what's happened since? You know, and they, you know, don't even, Flavia, don't even let me go down the damn list. You know, Andrea Stella wasn't good enough to manage Ferrari. How's that working out? Yeah, no, he's terrible, right? Thanks, Elio. Yeah, I brought back Condor 9 for this career mode save, dude, because, yeah, it's good. This version still has a little bit of problems with it, and it doesn't have the full pad with it, Zelio, but it's still good, man. All right. Let's launch today, dudes. First launch of the day. We're going to the moon, so it's a straight 90 flight azimuth. We just need to put into an equatorial orbit. Put ourselves into an equatorial orbit. Should be pretty straightforward stuff. Yeah, let's roll. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine full power. We got a liftoff. Start of Moon Expedition 2. Hopefully rectifying a very bad Moon Expedition 1 that almost killed 2 Kerbals. Okay, vehicle's pitching down range. Everything's looking good. I don't know, Paul. We'll see. Rates look good. SAS is locked in. Q. Vehicle's now supersonic, pitching over. Stand by for managing cutoff. Separation. Upper stage ignition. Everything looking good. Bearing separation. Bearing separation confirmed. All right. Switch back over here. Boost back. Stage 1 boost back confirmed. Flight control systems on. Nice, Selfish. That's cool. Okay, switching back to the second stage. There's a very sweet mod called FMRS, or Booster Recovery. Yeah, I know about that, Marchison, but I can do it without the mod. I don't need the mod. Just optimize your flight trajectory. If you boost back in a way that gets your first stage with an apogee over 70 kilometers, you could just switch back and forth between the stages. There's no need to need a mod or anything. Yeah, that's how I optimize the trajectory for this vehicle. I'm still dialing it in because I don't use like MechJeb or anything, like or I mean, maybe once I got to dial in, maybe we could make it KRPC do it or something. That'd be kind of sick, actually, but see, the first stage just I boost the first stage back, ignite the second stage engine, let the second stage fire while the first stage is firing. First stage gets above 70, switch back to the second stage. Second stage circularizes, right? And then once this is done circularizing, we switch back to the first stage and we land it. You could do the balancing act, man. It's absolutely a thing. Stand by for Seco. (94 by 100) nominal orbit insertion. Good. And in KSA, you have multiple windows and can focus on multiple vehicles at the same time. That's cool. I like that. Okay. We're set for target here. We're actually pretty much right on the ball. Yeah, we should probably start that landing burn now. Vehicles transonic. Oh, you gotta be kidding. Dude, I always get that wrong. Oh, I'm still trying to dial in the boost back with this thing. In the past, I've used Bobcats that have much higher TWR, and these engines are overclocked, but it's just not really doing what I want. That's not great. We really got to pay more attention with that, dude. With the boost backs, with the trajectory, like, it's because this is to be honest, this is a much higher fidelity Falcon-esque model than what we've used in the past. The other Condors that we've made are good. They work. This one is much, much simpler. And because of that, it flies and it works a little bit different. Like with this one, I have overclocked Reliant engines, right? I mean, we still got our money back, which is good. But these overclocked Reliant engines are, yeah, I don't think that we even, I mean, because it's more high fidelity, I'm pretty sure it's flying pretty much exactly like Falcon 9. So I can't really land it on one engine. Like you can, but you got to do it right. And you have to be much, like it's not as forgiving during the boost back. And I also designed this so you can do the supersonic retropropulsion burn, and it has the margins to do it. Before I didn't really do it. But yeah, it's 154 across the screen, nice. Yeah, I had vectors in the middle, and then we did Bobcats. This one has overclocked Reliance. I'm still trying to really figure out how those things really how they want to work during that boost back burn. Okay, so we need to do a retrograde insertion around the moon, so I need to set this up like a free return. All right, this is going to take a second to dial this in. I'm changing the phase of the orbit so we try to pump in on the far side of the moon. Okay, we gotta accelerate. The way that phasing is set up is not ideal. See how my parasynthian is not lined up with the target orbit? Wait, no. Wait, which one is the one I'm going to? Octosat. Aging moon. That's the one we're going to. Yeah. It's not... I need to add more tilt into the orbit, but it's okay. Do you use the keyboard or the joystick for booster landings? Joystick. It's easier to input minute commands to the booster that way. I'm wondering what happens if we change the... We can change the orbital phasing by adding an orbit or two. Yeah, we're really not in the right phase to insert into that. And Delta V is going to be at a premium here because we are at the moon. Use the flight stick for docking. No, believe it or not. Docking with a keyboard and mouse is actually much more realistic to the real thing. Because you're not able to input dynamic amounts of thrust into RCS in real life. Like there are prototype reaction control system thrusters out there where you can change the throttle as you control it. Sierra Nevada or Sierra Space is working on that. Who knows if the heck that ever is going to happen. But for the most part, like if you're talking about Dragon or Starliner, the engine is more like a light switch. You really only have on and off, right? And that's much more like a keyboard input, right? And how they throttle the RCS is they change the rate of pulsing the RCS. So they change the wavelength of flipping the light switch on and off, so to speak. Because pressure-fed hypergolic systems on spacecraft using a helium back pressurant are controlled by electronic solenoids. So it's basically only on and off. That's it. There's no like kind of on with a solenoid on a hypergolic pressure-fed system. That's not how that works. You don't really throttle them. So I don't really use the joystick to ever fly with RCS, ever. I fly with the keyboard and mouse. It's called pulse width modulation. We learned all about that and why, you know, if you do it too much, you're going to fry the thrusters. Which is basically what happened to Starliner. They fried its thrusters. Not on purpose, but... yeah. See, what I want to check is with the moon, let's change the phase of the orbit. We might be able to, it's much more important that we hit the tilt of the orbit. And if I can get the PE, if I can get my lowest point of my moon trajectory, so the paramoon, I guess, it's called the parasynthian in real life, or paraloon. If we can get parasynthian close to our ascending node, it'll be much easier to get into this orbit, even if we do a prograde insertion. I might be able to just mess around with the delta V here to get those two close to each other. So what we'll end up doing is it's pretty close. Will we be in line of sight, though? I think we will. So what we can end up doing here is, if I get this close, we need to get the AP and the P, or the P close to the ascending. What happens if we go the next orbit, and maybe the next orbit after that? Yeah, let's oh yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. There we go. We just have to go a couple orbits around here. So, look, here's what we're gonna do. Now, once again, the satellite, aging moon communication satellite, is going this way. All right, a little bit on orbital mechanics here. It's going this way. Our orbit is coming in this way. We're going in the opposite direction. We are what's called 180 degrees inclined to the target satellite. But I'm going to use a trick here. So when we circularize right here, despite us going the wrong direction, right, I'm going to put us in a very eccentric orbit. So our apoloon is going to be way over here, and periloon will basically be on our ascending node. What this is going to allow us to do is utilize basically the moon's gravitational pull to be able to reverse direction.
Go at throttle up.
All right, this is actually super cool, and you can do this in real life. This is something that you can do. Now, we are 180 degrees inclined to target satellite. Remember, we got to put this, it's not that this particular rover or this lander needs to rendezvous with the satellite. It's just about getting it in the same inclination as the capsule. If we can get it in the same inclination as the capsule, it's going to be a lot easier for the capsule to be able to get to the lander after it services the satellite. So kind of have to do the same insertion twice, or at least get the capsule and the lander into the yellow orbit. If we get the capsule and the lander to the yellow orbit, it'll be easier when we have Kerbals out here to service the satellite, go down to the lander, which is in the same orbit, just lower, and then land on the moon, and then come back up. The rover, the moon lander has enough delta V to do a retrograde insertion around the moon. That's totally doable. We know that that's doable from what we saw on Minmus. Even though Minmus has less delta V, I know it has the delta V to do it. So we're gonna come in kind of backwards. Now, if I take my lunar circularization orbit and make it very, very eccentric, meaning very elliptical, with the AP way out here and the PE way out here. AP is the highest point, PE is the lowest point, right? We will have a very low relative velocity, right? A very low relative velocity to orbits. Like if you look to the moon, right? So if you look here, the satellite's going 450 meters a second. So actually, you know what? We were going to change the phasing. We could aim for the other side of the moon lava. Now that I'm really thinking about this, we could do a circularization and then a inclination change. I'm actually kind of thinking, dude. Okay, fellas, I'm going to nerd out for a second with Lava Eagle. We might be speaking another language here. Just give me 1 second. Lava, do you think even if we utilize the Oberth effect that it's going to make that much of a difference, dude? The relative velocity in an extremely eccentric orbit around the moon is going to be like, what, 10 meters a second burn change with the lander? Does it really matter? We could push through with this and flip it, I suppose, but I'm not sure we're in the right phase for that. If we accelerate, maybe. Yeah, see, we're not phased for that, dude. I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference with lunar eccentricity or doing on plane changes. Guys, long story short here, addressing the tilt of your orbit, or what's called inclination, it usually is a very delta V intense maneuver. And while the lander is over-engineered for task on purpose, we do have a lot. We don't want to burn more fuel than what we need to. We got to find the most efficient way to do it. No, that's cool, Fanta. Hey, Dragon, 65-month resub. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. I did. Last week, I was lucky enough to see your first ever launch. You saw CompSat 7 from the Jupiter control room. We were watching, dude. That's cool. Wonder if you ended up on the stream, man. Oberth would be negligible. Does KSP even model it? Yeah, Oberth is there. Remember, we're Keplerian physics, not full like. Yeah, it's not a full physics simulation. It'll model it. Basically, our relative velocity out there is going to be nothing, a negligible amount. It'd be easier to do a 180-degree on-orbit plane change over there. But see, what we're talking about here, what Lava and I are talking about, guys, is the difference between doing a 180-degree on-orbit plane change, and then if we were able to line up our paraloon with the descending node over here, so basically where the satellite goes this way, where it descends past our orbit, it would be a 30-degree on-orbit plane change. But utilizing an eccentric orbit, the difference between doing a 180-degree on-orbit plane change when we're high above the moon and a 30-degree on-orbit plane change is probably going to be like maybe not 2 to 3. I'd say maybe like 10 meters a second at best. It's going to be a negligible amount. I'd prefer the nice phasing here because we are basically perfect. That's perfectly aligned. That'll make it so our apolloon is aligned with our descending node, and that'll make this really easy to insert. Like, we could have sit here and have this thing just sit around the Kerbin until we get into the right phasing, but it would probably take about a month to get into the phasing, to get into the reverse phasing for this, if I'm looking at this right. Titan kill off that antler yet? Yeah, no, not yet. He was playing with it, but it wasn't the duck head, John. He ate the crap out of that thing.
Discovery,
that thing was gone
up.
in minutes. We didn't even get a picture of him. He just took it under the bed and slapped it up. That was the end of that. If you aim directly for the ascending node, the delta V would probably be the same for both cases. That's what my thought is, dude. Yeah, that's what my thought is. Yeah, we this is fine. Doing an eccentric circularization around the moon is probably going to be fine. 180 degree, actually, it's a little bit more than 180 degree. Or less. It's less than 180 degree on orbit plane change. The delta V difference between doing this way and doing that way is not a lot. It's negligible amount. Not enough to compromise the mission. It's certainly not like more efficient enough to be like, oh, we're screwed if we do this one way or the other. I think because we're in good phase here that we should probably keep going. Hey, Krasniz. I think we'll be all right. This lander has 2 to 3 kilometers. I think it's like 2.3 kilometers a second delta V. I think we're fine. Krasniz, welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Thanks for that prime sub, dude. Hey, outdoorsman. Dub Bears still suck. Did they lose yesterday? Oof. Division game too. Shame. I didn't watch it, dude. I was out with my parents. right, so I'm gonna time warp. We're gonna park. We're gonna be in a parking orbit here for a moment. How about them Jets? Yeah, the Dolphins are on a little bit of a tear, Fluffy. I mean, it kind of sucks that it's now after losing 7 games, but you know, it's also the Jets. But shut your mouth about the Bears. They should have ran it for the first down. I thought they were going to win that game, Blackness, to be honest with you. I don't like Green Bay. Despite being a Lions fan, I was rooting for you guys, but I'm not going to sit here and say as a Lions fan that you losing isn't good for me. Oh no, now you both have crappy records. Oh crap. That sucks. Oh no. That's, dude, 1 possession game. Damn. Packers are 9-3, Bears are 9-4. I just saw that the voting for Jared is at 5:30 tonight. Yeah, if there's any coverage of that, we'll pop it in during Space News. Okay, stand by for engine cutoff. Okay, stage separation. Okay. 2.7 per second delta V with this thing. All right. Wicked. Not gonna lie, watching Kansas City crumble is poetic. That, yeah, kind of sucks for them. I'm worried that the low thrust to weight ratio relatively of this thing is going to make this a little bit harder to get the phasing right. Hey Tenant, what's going on? Is Elon going to be in the room during the vote? Wouldn't it be something if he showed up? Hey. Just wave at the senators. Hey, how you doing? They would get so mad. It's so mad. But we shouldn't do that. You shouldn't be antagonistic. That's not great. That's not good for space. You know. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's great. Excellent. So here's the next maneuver. We go something like this. Bring this thing in and get our Apolloon as high as possible. Right there. No. 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 Oh, no. Uh-oh. Well. Oh no. Crap. All right, well, that's the next burn. Let's do checkouts on the lander here. Fudge. It would be that. 154. 154 is a omen for something breaking. Anytime that number pops up, something always goes wrong. All right. Okay. Okay. Sweet. Sweet. Let's just do RCS checkout here. 8 good retro. 8 good prograde. Check pitch capability. What? No, no, no. Wheel authority. We don't do that. That's lame. We have roll control dialed in. We do not have the pitch and yaw thrusters up and running. Okay, translation thrusters for docking. If needed, we're going to make sure we enable that set. I have these set on manual enabling because we really only need to enable them once. This thing is going to rendezvous with my Taurus capsule. And the Taurus capsule has a way to shut its thrusters off in groups. So the idea is that when the capsule is docked to this, we use the lander's RCS to steer. So these things really only need to be manually turned on once. Killer. All thrusters are working. Let's reorient the vehicle. Solar panels to the sun. They said there will be coverage of the vote just like for the hearing. I think we should watch it. All right, it's going to take about a day for the lander to get out there. Here we go. Retrograde insertion. Looks like we're going to go over here, and then at the last second, we swing out to the right of the moon from this reference. Ready? Oh, here it goes. What up, moon? Oh, I forgot to dispose of the upper stage. Hope it has electricity. Alright, let's get close. We're still in good phase. Excellent. Have the thrusters not worked before? Only if I configure them wrong, Solinar, but that just comes from good mission planning and vehicle design. I redid the lander recently. Oh yeah, no, prograde, yeah, prograde insertion, yeah, that's right. I misspoke, but this is intentional. I recently redid the lander to have a much higher fidelity control system. It makes it a lot easier to fly. It should be very forgiving. Well, not should be, it is very forgiving. It's a lot easier to fly than before. Hold on. Control point was 180 out. Reorienting the lander. Retrograde's better, cheaper insertion. Yeah, a cheaper. I mean, Tessa, in this particular case, that's what we were just talking about. A cheaper insertion means I'm going to put into an orbit that's going to cost me less delta V. It's going to cost me more delta V to get to the wonky orbit that the satellite is in. So, boop, here we go. Let's go for lunar circularization. Perfect. Sweet. Now that that's caught, let's go switch back over to the other stage. The target orbit is retrograde. This is what Lava and Eagle and I were talking about a second ago. I'll check that in a second, Lava. I have to make sure that we can dispose of this stage. Perfect. Okay. Thank you, upper stage number 32. All right, so what did you ask? What is the radius of the orbit around the moon and your AP after capturing? I'm now curious to do the math and see the delta V difference. Radius. Oh, are you looking for SMA? We have a Apamon of 2.19 million meters, and our Paraloon is 173 kilometers. So what I mean, that's 173,854 meters. I forget what the diameter of the moon is. I can look it up. Hold on. So we're looking at an SMA of 12 million meters. But I do believe that that's the SMA around Kerbin, not, yeah. Equatorial radius is 200,000 meters. So we would, to find our SMA here, we would need to add 173,854 with 400,000, right? Because 173 is here, right? 200,000 to here, 200,000 to here, and then 2.196 million on top of that, and then divide that by 2, and that'll get you your semi-major. Lava, am I thinking about that right? I've been trying to brush up on this stuff. Am I doing that? I'm pretty sure that's right. Because SMA is just 1/2 of your major axis. Adding all those numbers together that I just said was the major axis. That's just the distance between AP and PE. To get a semi-major axis, which is it's a defining point for orbital characteristics. It's called SMA for short. You need to take 1/2 of the major axis and go from there. Basically, we're trying to find the center of this orbit. And from there, you can basically deduce a bunch of different things from SMA. That's like, yeah. SMA is like semi-major axis to orbits is what width is to volume. Like it's kind of important. You need that. You need the width to figure out other things. So here's what we're gonna do. See how, okay, so our descending node is saying we're minus 154.3 degrees inclined to target, which means we're spinning in the opposite direction. Anything over 90 means you're going in a different direction. You're going in a different direction. You're retrograde to target or prograde. It depends, right? So what we're doing here, what we need to do here is basically take a U-turn in space. Now, you know what we can do? Let's go here and just, yeah, see how doing a normal burn here, there's normal and anti-normal, that's the triangles, right? Doing a normal burn is changing that number. Yeah, but it's only going to let us go so far. We're not doing a 1900 meters a second burn when we could, but that's going to make the lander get out of fuel. 1.289 million meters. So divide that by 2 and that'll get you your semi-major axis. What Lava Eagle is doing is seeing if the way that I inserted this, we doing 180 degree on orbit plane change, or 154 degree on orbit plane change is going to be more efficient than, or less efficient. We're trying to figure out the difference in efficiency here between inserting retro versus inserting prograde. We inserted prograde and we're basically going to do a U-turn. The other way would have been to go with it, but we weren't in the right phasing for that. I mean, Lava Eagle, if I'm thinking about this right, the second way is probably more efficient, but we weren't in the right phase for it. I probably could have waited, but in real life, you would just launch into the right phasing, and I didn't. I have to still get better about phasing between celestial bodies. Like phasing insertion for getting into an orbit around Kerbin, I understand that really well. Like that's easy. But from going here to here, I mean, I'm pretty sure because this is 0 degrees inclined that it's not that big of a deal, but that should be 1/2 already. Oh, okay. Then you did it. Yeah, you got it. So watch what I'm going to do. See, as we get further away from the moon, we get further out of its grav well. Uh-oh. We might be blacked out in communications here. No, we're good. I hope. Let me just get to this. Yeah, all right, cool. So, watch. I just needed that to point in the right direction. Look at our relative speed. Our relative speed of spacecraft right now is 85 meters a second. So, if we tried to change the tilt when we were closer to the moon, our relative velocity, like if we were further into the moon's grav well, orbital speed up there around the moon in low lunar or low lunar orbit in Kerbal is like 450 meters a second. It's harder to change your direction when you're going 400 meters a second in one direction. It's harder to change that. When we're up here, far above the moon, our orbital velocity, look, 85 meters a second. Much easier to change course when you're going 80 meters a second. It's easier to turn when you're going slower. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to take the U-turn at Albuquerque here. Watch, ready? Just got to make sure that we follow the normal triangle as it changes, as we're changing our reference here. And watch. You'll see that this number is really going to change. Because we're doing a U-turn in space. Lava, it definitely would have been better to insert retro with the satellite. This probably ended up being, I don't know, up like 150 meters a second. That was too far. I burned too far. Son of a gun. All right, we have to go back a little bit. Yeah, I guessed about 150. Yeah, 166.7. That's about right, dude. Yeah, that's about right. I overburned a little bit. I burned about 180. All right, so we were going this way, and then I basically did a U-turn, and now we're going that way. Now we're matched. We're 0.1 off. We could probably shore this up with our CS here. There we go. All right, so now all we got to do is just lower our AP here to the parking orbit that we want to get to, and we circularize the lander into a lower orbit. What does the KSP Delta V map say? I know it's about 580 meters a second to land, I believe. Let me just see. 580 from a 14-kilometer orbit. Oh, all right. Well, that's easy. It's going to be easy to do. It won't be that much more from 15 circular. Just keep it at 15. All right, now we've got to take our lander, Pismo Beach, and all the clams we can eat. Wait, what? Would you say that was a burn too far? I overburned a little bit. I probably burned about an extra 100 meters a second Delta V that I didn't need to. But yeah, that's on me. That's not on the trajectory. We still have plenty to land and come back. All right, so watch. Now we switch direction. See, we're orbiting in the opposite direction now. Now we just gotta come back towards the moon. Moon gravity is 1/6 of Kerbin, so it's gonna take a second for us to get back here. Kerbin will pull you in a lot faster. Bingo. All right, so we have about a 30-second burn here. We'll burn at T-minus 15. Or 4 because I can't time warp correctly, you know, whatever. Overburn just a little bit again. Good, 15 on the dot. Now we just got to go down here, do one last circularization maneuver. Hmm. 85 meters a second. Cool. That gives us plenty of margin to get down there and come back up. Yeah, so once again, from 14, so Christoph, from a 14-kilometer orbit, it's going to take about 580 to land. I always add a little bit of margin into that number. So if it's going to take 580 at like a perfectly opportune landing, you might come down in a weird spot. You might need to do some trajectory trajectory changes to do a more precise landing. I always figure a little bit more. So let's figure 700, right? We figure 700 to land, and then, you know, probably less to come back up, right? But 700 times 2, just to give us absolute margin, to be absolutely sure, right? Should leave us with about 1400 delta V to come back, to go down and come back up. Like, this thing is good for multiple hops on min-miss. If we were fully fueled, we could probably end up doing 2, but yeah, with the way this is set up now, it's pretty much good for 1 landing, which is fine. That's okay. It's totally all right. What's up, Leva? So we have good margins. They're a little bit close, but we'll get it. I really wish I didn't overburn when we did that inclination change. If I didn't, then we'd be sitting pretty. Oh. Crap. Not in right phase. We have to go around. There we go. Just needed to do 1 more orbit to get it right. Okay. (15,252 by 14,258). That's good. Let's just do a quick boost here to our Perloon. Doing the way you did, taking into account orbital insertion plus inclination change plus characterization and lunar orbit gives ideally 390 meters a second. Go the other way would have been 412. Oh. I thought if we launched if we had the phasing a little bit more right, Lava, that it would have been more to insert into the direction. But see, it's one of those interesting things about orbital mechanics, man. That, you know, like sometimes the best way to get there is the most counterintuitive. So the way I did it ended up being more efficient. I thought it would have been about a push at best, which 390 to 412 is pretty. Yeah, I mean, it pretty much is. It's pretty much a push. You know, take into account me not overburning like an idiot, but yeah, good stuff, man. All right, lander's in position, and we're not in the exact phase to get at the buggy, but once the capsule gets out here, we should be fine. What I want to do is take this thing and put it into an orientation that makes it so the solar panels are always going to be into the sun. We just align it on the normal axis here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
1436. I mean, we really don't have a lot of margin to do a precise landing, but we can do a landing. That's definitely a thing. And now that we're lined up normal, this thing should be good to go. All right, let's rename this to... Actually, this is a reusable lander. We'll be able to refuel it eventually. Like, we can refuel it. Lunar Surface Ascent and Descent Module. MSAM. MSAM. Cool. What part of Italy is my family from? So my mother's side of the family, Flavia, is from Parma, and my father's side of the family is from. I'd have to go look. Hold on. I could point it out to you on the map. A bit nervous about the margins. We'll be all right, dude. There's Anzio, there's Rome. Somewhere in this area here. It's the west coast over here. Or the east coast, excuse me. Somewhere near around San Marino. It's like it's this province right here, or state, or I don't know what you guys call it. Yeah, Pigzig, it does. That lander is actually just an Orion service module, an uprated Orion service module with a lander can on top. Yeah, fuel save around there, dude. Yeah. So, yeah, family from like central and northern Italy. You're in the deep south. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm just kidding, man. You're in the deep south. All right. It's time warp to the daytime. As a Sicilian, I appreciate Northern Italian cooking. Yep. Oh, you damn Sicilians. You damn Sicilians, you're giving us a bad name, you sons of... No, I'm just kidding. Surface outpost on the moon. Oh, Fremunda. All right, cool. I don't know, Nova. Yeah, it's the thing, King. It's the thing. You just made the hand gesture. All right, look. Let's be real. I'm an American, all right? I don't wear this hat for no reason. But with that being said, I'm third generation from this continent. My grandparents are on both sides are from Italy, okay? Living here, being born here, genetically doesn't erase the millions of years of evolution from from Southern Europe. Okay, that does not erase that. It does it. That's not how genetics work. Yeah. Yeah, Golem, it's a thing. It's a thing. Italians hate everybody. That's just really how that works. Sorry, guys. I don't know what to tell you. We hate each other. We hate ourselves. We hate ourselves. Like, we hate everyone. That's just how that works, dude. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Boston Italians has evolved into our own breed. Yeah. It's like a triple trifecta of stubbornness, all right? Okay, Americans are stubborn. Italians are stubborn, and I'm from Boston, where the Irish are, and the Irish are stubborn too, and I grew up with that. So, like, it's a triple trifecta of just screw you. You know what I mean? It's a triple trifecta of beep off. Anyway, let's launch this cruise, shall we? That's the truest thing I ever heard. Yeah, dude, that's what people don't understand. People are like, oh my God, Italians are so many. Dude, you don't get it. You don't get it. It's just, we hate everybody. We hate ourselves. We hate everything. Like, it's just how that rolls. Like, I don't know what it is, dude. I don't know. Yeah, we love you because of that. Yeah, dude. Right on. All right. Dang, Italians, they ruin Italian. Don't worry about it. All right, so we're going to do another landing, but we got to be cognizant that this thing is carrying monopropellant thrusters. We should change it, but it's okay. Who are we sending on the lunar exploration mission? Let's get somebody we haven't sent. Edvis is orbit around Kerbin, orbit around Minmus. He just flew. Barvy's going to be our command module pilot, and then we need a scientist and an engineer. Hayald was on the last mission. Fly by Kerbin. Plant flag on Minmus. Land on Minmus. Who hasn't landed on the moon yet? Jeb's been to the moon. Bill's been to the moon. Bogar. Oh, Fogar would technically be the next one in line. Bartbro's never been to the moon, but he just got back from a mission, so... Rodson is going to go, and then we need an engineer. Actually, Bartbro would be the next in line, because a lot of these folks have gone to Minmus. Do we have an engineer that hasn't been to Minmus? Nope. Alright, there's our crew. Now, we need to remember to load up a Communicatron 16 into the inventory here. We still have the freaking wheels from the last mission. We don't need any of that. Didn't load up deployed science units. Balls! Let's load up a photovoltaic panel there. Get the seismometer in there. It needs 1 power. That needs 1 power, so we need another panel. And then the goob monitor needs 1 power as well. Alright, bro, you carry the surface experiments. So 1 power. If we have a good engineer drop these, they'll generate more power. So we have, yeah, all the science experiments are there. But now we need the Communicatron as well, so... balls. They want us to attach one of these bad boys. Who's the engineer on this flight? Bartbro. Okay, you're carrying it. It's your baby. Rodson, the scientist, has the EVA experiments. Oh, God, we don't need parachutes. Did you kill Bob and Valentina? No, they're at my space station. All right, this has everything we need. All right, so let's discuss contingencies here. This is a Condor 9 Block 2. It's actually a Block 2.0. The other one is Block 2.1 with the vernier thrusters. I don't like making changes in the VAB. That's not how I roll. I make all my changes in the SPH. We move to the VAB to do final checkouts, which is what an assembly building is used for in my space program, and usually in real life. So we have liftoff. We're going to a 0-degree inclined orbit, so we're launching straight due east. Once we lift off and the vehicle does its pitch over, or the roll program to the 90-degree flight azimuth and pitch over, we will enter mode 1 alpha. 1 alpha is the abort contingency for a land recovery of the capsule. Once we will be in the 1 alpha contingency all the way through max Q. Max Q gives us the 1 bravo, which is the seaborne recovery abort contingency, basically where the capsule is going to come down after we trigger the launch escape system in the event of an abort. If we make it through staging, we will enter the 2 alpha abort contingency with stage separation. Stage separation, first stage does its boost back. You guys know the drill. Second stage will, once we have good confirmation of second stage working correctly, we will jettison the launch escape system and go into ballistic abort, which would technically be 2 Bravo. We're going to fly the first stage back. We're going to try to bring this thing back down and land it. I'm actually going to try to land the stupid thing this time. I need to adjust my boost back burn a little bit more to be a little bit lesser of a boost back burn. After that, we'll switch back over to the capsule. After we do the boost back burn, we switch back to the capsule. We'll jettison the shroud. And then circularize the capsule, and then we switch back to the first stage and hopefully do a landing. Swap the EVA experiment kit for a stack of repair kits. I could just put the repair kits on... We could put the repair kits on Fogar. Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. Just for the rover wheels. That's a good contingency. I like that. Now, Fogar is not going down to the surface, but Bartbro needs to install the antenna. Once we install the antenna, Fogar will transfer to Bartbro, and then, yeah, we should be good. We got the control station this time. We have the panels, the seismometer, and the goobed monitor. These are passive scientific surface experiments. Give us everything we need. All right, let's roll. We're good. Wait, I have to evacuate the waste tanks. I'll be right back 1 second. So you don't like the Packers? Yet you cheered for us to gain playoff position. The Bears fell from grace. I will die on that hill. I don't like any team in the NFC North except for the Lions because I'm a Lions fan. Outdoorsman. To be fair, though, I've never really liked Green Bay. Nothing personal. And before people are like, oh my God, I'm a Patriots fan. You don't... you guys can't sit here and say that you hate you don't like it. It's like, oh, the Patriots are good. Now everybody hates the Patriots, so let's not kid ourselves here, okay? Let's not kid ourselves here, all right? So it's that stubborn thing that I was telling you guys about. You're gonna hate me, I'm gonna hate you back. Boom, that's how that.
All right, I'm back.
Did the Pats finally figure out how to inflate a football? No. You asked that the wrong way. Thank you for proving my point, though. Did the NFL ever figure out what the ideal gas law is? So I don't think that's a thing. Wash your hands? Oh. Bro, be kindergarten style, man. Don't have to touch nothing. Just saying. "15 years ago today, COTS 1 was launched. The demo flight at Cargo Dragon. Yeah, baby. We whooped your Lions in 2 games. Yeah, with the refs' help. But it's fine. You asked for an excellent question. It's okay. It's okay. You guys are like the Chiefs. You need the referees to help you. It's okay. It's all right. Some of us need help. It's fine. You don't get rid of hundreds of thousands of years of pasta heritage in 2 generations. That's right. What's your question, Panta? I don't see a question from you. That's the last thing you typed on my screen. Oh, there it is. Who's more hated, Pats or boys? I don't understand that. Oh, shut up. Tuck rule. Bro, that was 20 years ago. You're living in the past. Bro, I have these arguments thought out in my head, man. This is 20 years ago, dude. It's 20 years ago. What's the last time the refs helped the Patriots? Come on now. Yes, I am. All right, let's do this, dude. Living in the past, dude. Holly says you wake up and smell the 90s. All right, let's roll. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engines are on. We got full power and a liftoff. Liftoff. The Lunar Exploration 2 mission. Vehicles conducting roll program. And then pitch over. We are mode 1 alpha. Rates look good. 85 on the pitch. Guidance system is working. Rates are good. Stand by for maximum dynamic pressure. We have max Q. Okay, 1 Bravo. Pitch over. Stand by for main engine cutoff. MECO confirmed. Stage separation. 2 Alpha. Okay, stand by for launch escape system jettison. 2 Bravo. Switching back to the first stage. Boost back has begun. Pushback burn is completed. Turning on stage flight control surfaces. It was a little bit off. I'm gonna land. We're gonna probably come down over there and have to steer to the launch site, but that's okay. It's okay, Frowlin. They do cause it to fly better. They cause, but Panther, the fun thing is that they cause the real one to fly better as well. No roll program. What do you mean, Golem? We did a roll program. Set them on as target. Shroud jettison. Shroud jettison confirmed. Stand by for Seco. 115 by 87 is not the best, but it'll do. That'll do, pig. If I recall correctly, you started the landing burn at 3,500 last time and landed at 160. Start the landing burn at 4,000. Yeah. The problem... So, Frowlin, here's the thing. I can tell from my trajectory here. Like, if we turn on the surface indicate... Oh. Alright. We are coming down a little bit this way. We're going to need to make a correction burn here, which is fine. That's okay, but... Yeah, we might have been a little bit short this time. We're gonna have to fly this thing. We ran out of monoprop again. See, because we're gonna fly like this, dude, we're gonna do a lot of slowing down here. So we're not coming down as steep as we were last time. All right, shut that damn roll control off. Come on. See, without monopropellant, this is where this gets a little bit sketchy. The landing legs didn't lock. So that one locked. That one locked. That one... Oh, come on. Oh, why does that one not lock? Bah! You know how hard that is to get that thing straight up without any monopropellant? That's really difficult. Okay, the next version we're gonna need to refit with the vernier thrusters. Hey, yeah, it is steady progress, though. That's right. We're getting more and more of the booster back every time, which is good. Yeah, see, we got a good amount of it back, so. And the engines, and we got all the landing legs back that time, too. We just lost a couple of fuel tanks. That's all. That's not that bad. I really, really want to get those things down in one piece, though, man. I actually saved the booster, mostly.
Bet you did. The boy's good, no doubts there, huh?
Yeah, outdoorsman, most likely. Good! Oh, force, good. Sweet. How much Delta V we got left on this bad boy? Actually, a good amount. Nice. Yeah, really good insertion too. All right, cool. Let's go over here. Let's get our encounter locked in, and just like before, we're gonna need to make sure we have the phasing set correctly. So the phasing is a little bit different this time. We're gonna need to set this as target. Let's go and do our orbital maneuvers here and just... Oh yeah, baby. That's pretty good. It's almost the exact same phasing as before, which is pretty crazy to me. It's weird that we got that right like that. Yeah, see, this is very efficient having the paraloon next to the descending node. I bet you if we went around one more orbit, it would probably be even better. It's out in front. Okay. That's close. That's pretty damn close. We're gonna have to do that U-turn thing again. That's no problem. It's okay. That's easy to do. Yeah, we're gonna need to make some upgrades to Condor. The crude variant. We need the we need verniers, and I really have to do more testing with that first stage. Why that doesn't lock? I gotta put some kind of detent on there to make sure that it does it. I don't know why we got all but one. My guess is that we're not coming down completely straight, like because we don't have monopropellant thrusters. We need to go. If you're coming down a little bit sideways, you're not getting uniform aerodynamic load being put on the boot on one leg, and if you're coming in crooked, one is going to not be able to bend all the way down because of aero. That's my guess. Long story short, the verniers should fix that problem. Should. We'll see. Yeah, because the low, like if you're coming in crooked, the lower leg, the leg on this side is always going to need more moment to open because of aerodynamics. We'll get it though. We're honing it in. It took me hundreds of landings to figure out the old Condor 9 trajectory, guys. So, yeah, we'll get it. Is this stock KSP? For the most part, Syntesi, yes. Visuals are different, and then I have one modded part that I made in the game. Okay, we got a minute 58 on the burn there. So split that. We basically got to begin our trans-lunar injection burn in about 30 seconds. I made a hinge reinforcement mechanism, Sneaky, a long time ago, yeah. Basically, you attach the... It's two pieces, right? And it basically is a pin and a dowel on a clevis, and you put the G11 hinge in between them, right? So you attach the bottom piece, the clevis piece, right? Attach the G11 hinge, and then attach the top piece, and they lock in together. And if you hit same vessel collision on the parts, the hinge will not drift. Okay, go for TLI. Or TMI, I guess. Oh, no, gotta go a little bit more. Okay, stand by for capsule separation. Capsule separation confirmed. SPS ignition. SPS ignition on time. Taurus is one of the better spacecrafts that we've made, Rarest. It's not my space shuttle by any means, but my space shuttle is the best one. But this one is definitely dialed. It's real good. It isn't without its things that I would like to change, but... Okay. But I really engineered this capsule to be in pretty damn long-term use for the program. Good. Like, this thing is designed to be attached to a much larger vessel and go. I have ideas, don't worry. Okay, go for electrical system checkout here. Killer. We have positive electricity, we're good. If Orion, if it was good. This is, yeah, guys, this is basically Orion with a bigger service module. This is Orion with a service module that can get to low lunar. That's it. It's, for the most part, the Orion MPCV. That would be a good way to say it. It's the MPCV. It's not, or no, it's the CEV, not the MPCV. It's Constellation's version of Orion, which is pretty formidable. It's a pretty damn good capsule. So what Orion should be. Yes, that's correct. All I'm going to say is that Falcon 9 is my Ares 1 in this in this architecture that I have built out in my head. Remember that. Okay, just gonna let the capsule do its thing. I should be the craft designer. I don't know the first thing about making a good spaceship, dude, in real life. Okay, I'm gonna do the stage disposal burn here. I think the first thing is making the spaceship go up. Okay, so okay, maybe we do know the first thing. But maybe the second. We might know the second thing too, but not much after that. Stand by for stage disposal burn. Perfect. First thing and the second thing. I don't know. Let me talk to the guy. You talk to the guy? Dinklesat. Dinklesat. Okay. Capsule's approaching the moon. Hey, Brendan. I haven't been around last week because I worked 72 hours. What did I miss? How's Titan and Bremo? Titan and Bremo are great, dude. I redesigned my lander, Brendan, to be a lot less, you know, like getting killed by. Yeah. The lander has more Delta V to do moon landings now. Its controllability is way better. And we're basically just grinding out money so I can get better R&D so we can unlock better parts to build out the heavy lift launch vehicle. I'm going to need a heavy lift vehicle in this architecture. Particularly, I'm after the big fairing space to do what I really want to. I would really like something with a 5-meter fairing, at least for the time being. Gonna need to add a little bit of a radial out component into this. What I'm trying to do is get the AP and the ascending node in the same spot. That would make it makes it a lot easier to do that U-turn in space that I did with the lander that we're gonna do with the capsule. Just right there. Okay, 195 meters a second, Delta V. We have 1 kilometer a second. Very good. Yeah, the Taurus capsule is really good, man. I like it. This is one of the better capsules. I'd say that this is probably the most capable capsule that we have made in Kerbal by a long shot. And there's plenty of room to upgrade it too, that's the good part. Got a 33-second burn. We're going to burn T-minus 15 on the node. How much is your estimated cost for a launch if I wanted to go up? About $350. Okay, stand by for lunar capture. Okay, go for circularization. I heard there's a lot of launches this week. You covering them all? Anything that really kind of coincides with my streaming time, which should be the good majority of them, yeah, we should be fine. Perfect. Should be about 150 incline like we were before. Most excellent. And now we just got to do a U-turn. We'll do this on the anti-normal axis. It'll be more efficient that way. So once again, we need to service a satellite. It's right there, the MUN-CMM, right? It is in a retrograde orbit around the moon. Notice how we're 150 degrees inclined to it. I basically have to get the capsule all the way out here, and then we need to turn around and then go pull a U-turn and start going that way back towards the moon. We can do this, and we're afforded some pretty decent efficiency here by taking the 180 right here when we're further away from the moon's grav well. Because if you look at our velocity now, it's 584.9 meters a second. Our velocity up there is probably going to be around 80. It's easier to change your tilt, i.e. take a turn in space when your forward velocity is lower. Your forward velocity, by definition, if that, that whole physics thing isn't lying to you, is when you're at your highest point in your orbit, when your potential energy is maximized. That is real orbital mechanics. That's something in Kerbal that translates directly to real life. If you burn straight normal or anti-normal, you'll be wasting quite a lot of delta V. Burn mostly retrograde. Correct. Yes, that is a better way to do it. You are absolutely right. Good call. Yeah, Lava, I don't know why I didn't do that before. I was just... maybe inclination change. You're absolutely right. We would have saved a ton of delta V with the lander doing that. Derp-a-derp-a-derp. Well, yeah, of course we're going to do both of those at the same time, Tessa. Yeah. Let's, should be about 160 meters a second. I'll tee in 160. I'll see if you're right. That looks pretty damn spot on, dude. Yeah, good call, man. Turns out the math checks out. Thank you for validating that. Yeah, dude. I mean, I'm at 156. Yeah, that's pretty much an exact change. I mean, it's double that for the most part. But we're not going full double that. We're gonna need to do some of the inclination change as well. All right, so let's start burning. See, now instead of 150, now it's only 27 on the descending node. So we're going to need to point down here. We're going to need to find the anti-normal burn. Or no, retrograde, excuse me. It's flipped. Normal, not anti-normal, because we're upside down. And see if we do the burn here. Watch. Oh, yeah. That's the way this is done, dudes. Should have done the inclination change when you were halfway through the retro maneuver. Yeah, I kind of ran out of time because I time warped right to the node, but it's all good. That would have been a more efficient way to do it, but it's not that big of a difference. We were already at the descending node, and anyway, and our relative velocity wasn't too much. It wouldn't have made that much of a difference, dude. So now, because we need to do a rendezvous, what I'm going to do is we're going to do a slight retro burn here. And that retro burn is going to be about 100 meters a second delta V. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my two rendezvous point nodes to be as close as possible to each other. And then when we get out to AP, I'll make adjustments and then we'll complete the rendezvous. This is a bi-elliptical transfer here. That's what this is called. Because we're using two elliptical orbits to get to our destination. It's not just a straight Hohmann transfer. It's a bi-elliptical transfer. So let's just fire the SPS. Penne al limon con pollo. Lemon chicken with penne. So now, we're in an elliptical orbit, but if you notice, our paraloon is a little bit higher than the paraloon on the target satellite. Apolloon is way higher. We're going to use that differential change in orbital, the differential orbital period here to make a rendezvous. That's what using elliptical orbits is used for, to try to do rendezvous. That's how it works in real life. That's how it works in Kerbal. That's how positive traction on a 72 Plymouth works, guys. It just does. All right? It just does. No, using the difference in orbital period here is going to put me in the right phasing to be able to get close to this thing. So now what we do is we do a little bit of a retro burn, right? And then we could dial in a little bit of a radial in component to change the what's called our argument of perigee. Dial in a little bit of radial and boom, look at that. Perfect intercept. Now, you could go into the maneuver editor here and just dial it in a little bit more by changing around the phasing in the radial in components. Radial and velocity component here. Oh yeah, baby. Look at that. That's how we do. That's how we do things here. See that? That's how we do it. Where I'm from. I can live with a 200-meter intercept. That's fine. Hi, Kerbin. Chevy didn't make it 327 and 55. The 327 didn't come out till 62. And it wasn't offered in the Bel Air with the 4-barrel carburetor until 64. However, if it was offered, the correct ignition timing would be 10 degrees before top dead center. Love that movie. Wasp, what's up, dude? What do the left and right buttons on the center of the node either do? Okay, so your orbital parameters here. All right, here, look at this. See this thing right here? So up here, you have normal and anti-normal. You have radial in and radial out. Prograde and retrograde. And then this is phasing. This is just where on your orbit you're moving it. That's what those two arrows do. Okay, so each one of these, so these are radial in, radial out, normal, anti-normal, prograde, retrograde. Each one of those will modify your one of six orbital characteristics for your orbit. Some of them can modify 2 if you know what you're doing. So what prograde and retrograde do, that one and that one, those are the simplest. Those control your apogee and perigee. What prograde and retrograde do modify the most is your semi-major axis, or SMA. That basically is how high your orbit is, or low. I mean, that one's pretty straightforward. When you get into normal and anti-normal, those are used on ascending and descending nodes, okay? What do those do? Those adjust the tilt or inclination of your orbit, okay? Now, so this one is for eccentricity and semi-major. Retrograde and prograde can also adjust your eccentricity. Eccentricity is how circular orbit is. Okay, so eccentricity is your orbit can either be escape, ellipse, or circular or a circle. Also suborbital, but you don't really count that. So 0 eccentricity would be a perfect circle. 0.9 eccentricity would be about as big of an ellipse as you could possibly get. 1.0 eccentricity means escape velocity. Okay, it's measured from 0 to 1. 1 being 0 being a perfect circle, 1 being escaped. All right, so prograde and retrograde adjust eccentricity and semi-major axis. All right, now this one right here. Radial in and radial out. Or actually, let's do normal and anti-normal. We got some time till our node here, so I can explain this. Normal and anti-normal are used on ascending and descending nodes. Those are used to change your orbital inclination. Inclination is the tilt of your orbit relative to your celestial body that you're orbiting around the equator. Okay? So if we look at our maneuver right here, we are in a 150.4 degree inclined orbit. So what does that mean? If you draw a line on the map of the moon, if you draw a line of the equator would go like, if you have a map of the moon, like the biome map that I have open right here, that'll be good. That'll do, pig. If you drew a line on the moon from left to right, so from west to east, because the moon technically does spin that way despite being tidally locked. It's just 1 revolution per orbital period. That's how the moon works. It's tidally locked. It stays looking at Kerbin, just like our moon stays looking at Earth, right? It technically spins left to right. Technically, it's not that much. Like I said, 1 revolution per orbit, okay? It's tidally locked because something hit the moon on the close side to it and deposited a bunch of schmutz there. And so one side of the moon is heavier, so that's why it always points towards Earth. Non-uniform gravitational pull. Therefore, you have lunar precession on the moon. Therefore, you have decaying orbits on the moon. That is too complicated for this explanation. That is a whole nother rabbit hole. I'll get into that some other time. That doesn't happen in KSP. It happens in real life. Just want to be very clear. Now, so it adjusts your tilt, okay? So if you are on the equator in a prograde orbit, you're going with the way that the celestial body spins, you are 0 degrees inclined, okay? 0 degrees. Pretty straightforward stuff. If you launch due east out of KSC, because KSC is on the equator, you launch due east, you'll get into a 0 degree inclined orbit right off the bat. Now, our tilt says 150. So what does that technically mean? If 0 degree inclination is heading due east at the equator, what's 150? Well, and this is what orbital inclination is. It's your tilt measured in degrees relative to the equator. So if we were in, for instance, a 45 degree inclined orbit, right? Our orbit would be 45 degrees off of the equator. The point at which we pass over the equator on a ground track, for instance, right? So a ground track overlays the orbit on a 2D dimensional plane. You've probably seen them in mission controls at some point. If we were 45 degrees inclined, the point at which we pass over the moon's equatorial plane, or pass over the equator, right, would be 45 degrees, right? Pretty straightforward stuff. The point at which you pass from the southern hemisphere of the moon to the northern hemisphere is called the ascending node, because you're going from southern hemisphere to northern hemisphere. Simultaneously, when you go around on the other side, right, you're going to cross at 45 degrees on the far side of 180 degrees off of your ascending node. Guess what that's called? The descending node, because you're going from northern hemisphere of celestial body to southern hemisphere. Okay, so you have your ascending and descending node. Those are the times when you change orbital inclination, when you're trying to match equatorial, when you do a normal and anti-normal burn. That happens when you're trying to match equatorial plane with a target. Now, orbital inclination in general is measured against the celestial body that you're orbiting around. However, if you set something as target in KSP, like the satellite that we're trying to get to, for instance, all right, it will show you the differential inclination between your target orbit and you. Right now, if we look at our ascending node, we are 0.2 degrees off. So we're basically matched. We're in the same equatorial plane within 0.2 of a degree. That's really good. That is probably not precise enough for real life. Real life, it needs to be perfect because Earth is going a lot faster. And it's a lot bigger. The gravwell's bigger. Yeah, spacecraft in real life, the margin 0.2 is almost a mission failure for some missions. In Kerbal, since Kerbal's a lot smaller, you don't need to be going as fast. The relative velocities are a lot smaller because it's a smaller solar system. It's a little bit forgiving. That's for gamification purposes. I like teaching with this because it's easy to show margin of error in KSP. That's part of the reason why I don't play RSSRO so much. But I'm not opening up that can of worms. So, like I said, we are in 150 degrees inclined. This inclination is not showing my inclination in target mode. All right, if it was showing inclination in target mode, it would read basically 0.2, because we have a 0.2 degree difference between the target satellite and us. The reason why that reads 150.4 is because we are in what's called a retrograde orbit relative to the equatorial spinning axis of the moon. I know there was a lot of big words there. The plain English way of saying it is that, like I said, the moon spins this way. It spins this way to the tune of one rotation per orbit because it's tidally locked. The moon is technically spinning that way. We're not. We are going the opposite direction. So if you drew a map of us going over the equator, right? When we pass the equator, check this out. We would pass the equator on the ascending node this way, right? Because we're going that way. So if we drew a line on the equator, we would have 150 degrees inclined to the spinning axis, right? So now we have an obtuse angle relative to the equator because we're spinning in the opposite direction. That is called a retrograde orbit, okay? That is what the normal and anti-normal are there for. Those right there are used for adjusting equatorial plane, or not equatorial plane, for adjusting orbital plane, excuse me. You can't adjust the equatorial plane of a celestial body, not in KSP. I'm pretty sure we can't do that in real life, but that's what those are for. Those are for changing inclination. Now, you asked about, Gloria, I'm pretty sure you asked about radial in and radial out, okay? So what radial in and radial out do, and there's the reason why I had to explain all that before we get to radial out. So in Kerbal, you know, we know inclination now, you know what that means. You know eccentricity, it's the shape of your orbit, right? Semi-major axis is basically the altitude for your orbit relative to the celestial body, right? How high is your orbit relative? So semi-major axis establishes a center focus point for your orbit, and from there, with eccentricity, you can discern what type of orbit you're in just by looking at numbers, but that's another story. Now, radial in and radial out change two things principally. True anomaly, or time of perigee passage, and longitude of ascending node, or argument of perigee. Okay? They have different names. People call them different things, but that all means it's the same thing. Long story short, dude, how we measure orbits in real life is, well, we have to have what's called a reference frame. Okay? The reference frame for Earth points towards the vernal equinox. Okay? And it stays pointed. I mean, we always point in that direction because we need a datum. All right? So it uses the solstice? The vernal equinox. I'm an idiot. I totally forgot what that means. The astronomical event marking the first day of spring in the northern hemisphere, autumn in the southern hemisphere. Yes. Okay. That is our reference frame. So if we think about like a 3D plane in 3D space, we measure orbits with the x-axis pointed towards the vernal equinox. Okay? That is our datum. That's our reference frame for discerning everything else. Now, where this really, really, really comes into play, especially argument of perigee. Argument of perigee and true anomaly are, if I'm remembering correctly, okay, this is where it gets a little fuzzy. The argument of perigee is your measurement. If you're looking down at a celestial body, it's the angle that your perigee is, right, relative to the vernal equinox. Okay, that's what the angle does. That's what this changes. Now, you can also change your right angle of ascending node, or longitude of ascending node is what it's called. The longitude of ascending node is the angle relative to, once again, that datum where your ascending node is relative to the vernal equinox, right? That makes sense? Those were a lot of words. You were going to adjust your perigee relative to the vernal equinox, and you adjust your ascending node relative to the vernal equinox. Radial in and radial out can change both of those things depending on when you burn. That's what radial in and radial out adjust. They basically adjust how your orbit is placed relative to the x-axis in the geocentric equatorial coordinate system. That's it, right? Lava, double check me. I'm pretty sure I said that right. Pretty sure that was close. So that's what those adjust. Those adjust your ascending and descending node, and they can also adjust perigee relative to relative to the geocentric reference frame. I think that's how, I think I said that right. Pretty sure I did. But yeah, those, see how we have longitude of ascending node and argument of perigee? We can see where our ascending node is. You can see where your ascending node is relative to that reference frame, and then you can see where your perigee is relative to that reference frame. Quick thought, creating a space sim game with your expertise and enthusiasm, aka you, would definitely produce a banger. Yeah, Major, I mean, I work with KSA. What about the little arrows in the center? Thanks for the explanation. Will improve my brute force clicking method. That adjusts the arrows in the center on your maneuver node thingamajigger here. These two right here. You talking about those? Oops. I nailed the throttle by accident. Well, gonna need to redo that one. Should probably shut the motor off. Nice. So those, I'm gonna have to remake that. That's okay, no problem. These guys right here adjust the what's called phasing. Okay, phasing is basically the point of burn. That's all. So we can target maneuver node 1. If I select this and we make it so it's a course adjustment here, see, it just changes your point of burn. That is to get the right phasing. You obviously want to do your burns at the right time. So now, quiz time. If I wanted to change inclination, what points do I wait for? Where would you want your maneuver node if we wanted to change inclination right now? Where would you want it? And what direction would you be burning? No, not phrasing, phasing. Basically the point at which you burn. You want to get right. Phasing means you're in the right place to do the burn. The ascending and descending node, you got it, right? If you're on the descending node, because see, this is flipped now because we're in a retrograde orbit, so it's gonna melt my brain trying to explain this in real time. You would burn anti-normal on your normal on your descending node and anti-normal on your ascending node because we're retrograde. It's flipped. Yeah, it shifts it to try to get an intercept. Exactly, Wasp. It's just the point of burn on your orbital in your orbital plane. And doing it at the right, changing it at the right time is really important. So burning at the descending node, burning normal or anti-normal at your descending node is going to change your inclination relative to the moon's equatorial plane. It's going to change your orbital plane relative to the equatorial plane. Now, okay, more quiz time. If we have a perigee over, well, it's not perigee, it's the periapsis around the moon. The perigee and periapsis and apoapsis change depending on what the celestial body they're around is. It doesn't happen in Kerbal, but it does. It's a thing in real life. Around Earth, it's apogee and perigee. Okay. On the moon, it's apolune and perilune. You've probably heard me say that a couple of times. Apolune and perilune refer to the apoapsis and periapsis around the celestial body. Because the Greek name for the sun is Helios, right? And a lot of orbital mechanics terms is borrowed from Greek. Around a high point in your orbit around the sun would be your apohelion, and low point around the sun would be perihelion. Make sense? If you see me say apomon or apolune, that's basically what I'm talking about. Now, going back to quiz time here. If I burned retrograde, stepping on the brakes at AP, is that going to raise or lower my perilune? Retrograde at AP, what is it going to do? It's going to lower it. Why? At AP, we have maximized potential energy. You have a certain amount of energy coming into the AP right here. The big thing that you got to understand between apoapsis and periapsis is obviously high point and low point in your orbit, pretty straightforward stuff. But in order to understand why that happens, all right, you need to understand the trade-off of kinetic and potential energy, okay? perigee or periapsis in an orbit, you are going the fastest. Okay, that is your fastest. That's when you're the furthest inside of a celestial body's gravitational pull. That is the fastest point. That is where your kinetic energy is maximized. You're going the fastest. AP is where your potential energy is maximized. You're going the slowest. Okay? You ideally want to do your burns when your potential energy of your spaceship is maximized. Why? Because it's easier. You're going slower. All right? Now, then that's why I circularized into a prograde orbit here and waited until we were at a high point to do that U-turn in space with the capsule and the lander, because I waited till our potential energy was maximized. And that makes it a lot easier to change inclination. Inclination especially is harder to change when you have more kinetic energy. It's easier to change inclination when you have more potential energy, basically further out of the grav well. You can use that to your advantage. Now, I said here, if we burn retrograde at AP, it's going to lower our paraloon. That's right. That's correct. Why? Why does it do that? Well, if we slow down at AP when we're already going slow, when our potential energy is maximized, we're taking away our kinetic energy by firing the engine. You slow down. You slow down even more. Slowing down even more is going to slow you down to a point where you have no kinetic energy and you have maximized potential energy. Maximized potential energy usually means you're suborbital. That means you're going to crash, right? Now, simultaneously, if we burned prograde at AP, we would increase our kinetic energy. We go faster, speed up. Speeding up means we added kinetic energy, we added acceleration, we added a change in velocity on top of our potential energy, and that's going to push your PE up. But remember, it's all about how far you are in and out of the grav well. Now, changing AP and PE is agnostic to grav well, with the exception of the potential and kinetic energy things that I just told you about. There's more opportune times to boost your orbit, right? You ideally want to boost your orbit at perigee when you're going the fastest. Build off of that kinetic energy and push the AP higher, right? There's good times to deorbit. You ideally want to deorbit at AP. That is kind of agnostic of grav well. Those are very easy to do because you're either building or taking away from the direction that you're going. That's really important to understand that. Okay, if you're going in the direction or you're burning 180 degrees of direction, it's very efficient. It's a very efficient way to do things. Changing argument of perigee. Okay, changing argument of perigee, changing longitude of ascending node, changing your inclination. Those three facets of orbital mechanics are easier to change when you're outside further away from a planet's grav well. Way easier to change it. It's harder to change it when you have higher kinetic energy. So keep that in mind when you're doing an orbital maneuver. Set the phasing. Make sure if you're doing an inclination change or changing your longitude of ascending node or argument of perigee, you're doing it further out of the planet's or celestial body's grav well. Because if you don't, you're not as efficient. And look, rocket engines are pretty dang efficient, but you still need to conserve fuel. I think I got it, but just in case, tell me the whole thing again. Here, I'll rewind it and play it back at 500 times speed. Did you get it that time? Yeah, okay, cool. All right, sweet. Now, the crazy thing is, guys, is because of, we talked about reference frames, we talked about the trade-offs between potential energy and kinetic energy. Anybody that's been through a high school physics class knows it's pretty easy to calculate energies. That's not hard. That's not hard to do. And basically using some, I'm not going to call it simple calculus, but simple calculus can figure out orbits. That's no problem. Heck, dude, if you had a telescope, right? You had a telescope and you are able to see the ISS going by. If you figure out how far it goes between, say you took a picture of it, right? You took a picture of it when it's low on the horizon. You took a picture of it above you, right? And that time that it took to get from point A to point B, you can use calculus to figure out its orbit. That's what amateur astronomers do. So guys like Jonathan McDowell, right? The orbital police. That's how he figures it out. That's how he catalogs space debris. He just looks at it with a telescope. You can figure out what orbit it's in. It's easy. Well, relatively easy, but you get the idea. It's not as complicated a math to govern all this as you might think. Seriously, this is not... Kerbal gives an excellent visualization for it, though. It's really, really good for visualizing this. Now, once again, I fired my engine at the wrong time. And now we have to figure out how the frick we're going to save this. I had a maneuver node dialed in, but what did we change? We changed our inclination a little bit because we're pointed between inclination and... okay. All right. I got to redial in this maneuver node. So let's take a look. I want these two red dots to be on top of each other. So let's do a slight retrograde. Do slight retrograde. Get them to pull in together. There we go. Okay, now we are, for the most part, see how I'm doing this maneuver at the AP. We're doing that on purpose because that's the easiest, that's the simplest way to do it, or that's the most efficient way to do it, but we're going to change it a little bit. Check this out. We can change it and we can close the distance here by adjusting the phasing. Now, the other way we could adjust the phasing is doing radial. We could do radial outburn. Radial outburn will basically get our longitude of ascending nodes between the two orbits coplanar, at least at this particular point. And from there, we can dial it in with fine adjustment and get that maneuver back. Now, see, if you notice now, no matter what I do, it's really not getting closer than 200. The reason why it's not getting closer than 200 is because I added an inclination component. We were at 0.1 now, or no, we were 0.2. So we changed longitude of ascending node. It's got that 0.2 right there is why we're 200 meters away. Easily fixable once we get close. But do you see how I did this? I did this maneuver way out here. I did it further out of the grav well. And look at the cost, nothing. So we watch a lot of Falcon 9 launches here, right? When SpaceX has a big satellite that they're sending to a geostationary orbit, sometimes what they'll do is shoot it so its apogee is way past geostationary altitude. 23,500 miles that way, about 37,000 kilometers straight up. They'll shoot it past that. The reason why they do that is because, well, Falcon 9's stage is not really designed to coast for that long. I mean, it can. Probably not with that big of a payload, right? You can coast. Falcon 9 stages can coast, and the stage has a shelf life because of, 1, cryogenic propellants, 2, doesn't have solar panels, it's just battery, right? Just battery power. Now, like I said, sometimes what Falcon 9 will do is use the second stage to shoot these gigantic geostationary satellites way past. We're talking about an orbital apogee that's double the altitude of geostationary height. Now, why would they do that? Well, 1, Falcon 9, when it launches these geostationary satellites, it launches them from Kennedy Space Center. Kennedy Space Center is 27 degrees north latitude, 27.5 technically. If you launch due east out of KSC, so you launch with an azimuth of 90 out of KSC, you're going to get deposited into a 27 degree inclined orbit. The reason why? 27 degrees north latitude. Pretty straightforward stuff. Launching due east out of Kennedy, 27.5 degrees north latitude. Launch out of there, gonna go into a 27.5 degree inclined orbit. The reason why SpaceX shoots these satellites out into supersynchronous orbit is that's what it's called. The reason why they shoot them out with double, sometimes 3 times the distance of geostationary is why? Who's listening? I'm just curious. Like, I'll tell you the answer, but just wondering. No, Top Show, I haven't done that. I'll answer that question in a second, Sea Kraken. Who's listening? So SpaceX launches a satellite that's going to geostationary. They put its apogee way past geostationary. And the initial parking orbit is 27 degrees inclined. Why would you do that? Stage disposal? That has something to do with it. The plane change. That's right. Geostationary or geosynchronous is not 27 degrees inclined. A geostationary orbit would be 0 degrees inclined. They shoot the AP way far out because then the satellite, even with its little baby thrusters, is way out of the grav well when its potential energy is maximized. It's actually more efficient to do this, to use the second stage to shoot the thing higher, despite going 3 or 4 times past altitude, because gravitational fall off, the grav well of a planet exponentially goes down the further away you are, and your potential energy gets maximized. It's actually more efficient for the satellite to go 3 times the height of geostationary, go out there, do a 27 degree on orbit plane change, and then use AP and PE to come back down and recircularize at geostationary. That actually requires less delta V, less fuel, than having the second stage put the AP right at geostationary and then having the satellite circularize there and then try to do a 27 degree on orbit plane change. Remember what I said. You want to adjust inclination and you want to adjust argument of perigee or longitude of ascending node. It's easier to do that further out of the grav well, especially inclination. So SpaceX does this all the time. However, that doesn't mean that you can't do inclination changes at lower altitudes. You absolutely can. But it's because your kinetic energy is maximized the closer you are to a planet's surface, the lower your semi-major axis is, right? Because of this, it's going to require a lot more delta V. Cool, huh? If you were to do a 27 degree inclination change at geosynchronous circular orbit, it would take 1.76 kilometers a second. Little quick tangent here. You guys will like this. A little while back, SpaceX launched the IXPE mission. The Imaging X-ray polarimeter, I can't say it. IXPE, that's the name of it. It's an X-ray observation satellite, right? So IXPE launched on a Falcon 9. And oh, look, I had it. YouTube remembered exactly where it was. IXPE is a very, 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 very light satellite, very low mass. And they launched it on a Falcon 9. And to get it to its orbital plane faster, because it needed to be on the equatorial plane, look at that. Look at that. Look at the trajectory for the second stage. Second stage launched due east out of KSC, or I think it was KSC. I don't know. I forget which pad this launched from. Yeah, it launched out of 39A. You can see the service structure in the thumbnail. So 27.5 degree. It got to the ascending node. All right, or the descending node, excuse me, northern to southern hemisphere. It got to the descending node over Africa, right? Because that's the time it takes for them to get down there. And because this satellite was such low dry mass and SpaceX's second stage has a very high TWR, right? They did a 27 degree on orbit plane, 27.5 degree on orbit plane change in low Earth orbit. That's the only time that's ever happened to my knowledge. Look at that. Dude, a left turn in space. I don't even want to know how much delta V that thing cost. It probably was a not insignificant amount. SpaceX has done some crazy stuff, dude. Wasn't DART like a couple days after? Maybe. Isn't Kourou a true equatorial launch site, not KSC? Outdoorsman, you're comparing Kourou, a Kourou, a launch site on Earth, to what, Kerbal Space Center in the game? No. That was probably before I explained the North Latitude thing, but yeah, because you said you're behind. What country does that crazy dogleg turn at liftoff? We do. The southern corridor out of the Cape would dogleg it because you have to launch out east first and then turn. Right? To not fly over Miami. That would be 3.53 kilometers a second for an on-orbit plane change at 600 kilometers. Oh my goodness. Guys, for reference here, this is what I mean about inclination, changing inclination when your potential energy is maximized, so further out of your grav well, further out of the grav well of the planet. This is what I mean. That burn right there, Lava Eagle, your calculations have been pretty on tonight. 3.53 kilometers a second. That's 3,500 meters a second on that burn right there. That is almost half of the delta V that you need to get into space in the first place. You need 9 kilometers a second delta V to be able to get something up into space. That almost was half of that, which is bananas to me. But SpaceX was able to do it because IXPE is so small. It's a very tiny payload. Space news today. Yeah, at some point. All right, let's get this mission figured out. Sorry, you guys asked, so let's get this rendezvous. Let's start doing the objectives for this mission. No, Kennedy Space Center, KSC. Also for dog legs, you have Vandenberg. A lot of countries use dog leg orbits nowadays. Japan does it with the H3 rocket. India does it from their Israel launch sites. The Russians do it from Baikonur, so they don't fly over China. We do it out of the Cape for the Bahamas Polar Launch Corridor. SpaceX launches them out of Vandenberg, and they fly down the Baja California Peninsula with the dogleg trajectory. There's a bunch, everyone does that. Dogleg trajectories are usually done to not fly over things that you wouldn't want a rocket coming down on. That was very well explained. Thanks. Yeah, sure. Yeah, Chris Rock. That's what I do, man. Okay, let's do our quick maneuver here. I shut off the SPS because I hit it by accident. You can just... Yep. I always stop the burn a little bit before, and then I use my RCS to correct, which is what they do, and that's how spacecraft work in real life. Think of the rocket engine as a course adjustment to changing an orbital characteristic, and your RCS is your fine adjustment. See, I'm using the RCS to just shore it up. Now, because I have translation thrusters with the capsule, up, down, left, right, A, B, start. Because we have translation thrusters with the capsule, we might, if we put ourselves into the right reference, we might be able to actually change some things about this. Last, sorry. Okay. In KSP, if you want an inclination in the argument of perigee, let's say in the SI of the boon, what does that mean? How do you find the orbital inclination and argument of perigee of the transfer orbit to get to that specific inclination? You know what, dude? I'll be 100% honest with you. I have no idea. I'm going to guess it's not too... I'm going to guess because the moon is 0 degrees inclined, that whatever orbit you insert here, if you try to put that on the moon, you're going to go into the same orbit. Now, getting your argument of perigee and longitude of ascending node lined up just really comes down to launching when the moon is in the right place in its orbit, and that really depends on what your local argument of perigee is of the thing you're trying to get to. I would target the ascending node of what you're trying to get to, of whatever satellite you're trying to get to. You have to wait until the ascending node crosses the not ascending node. You have to wait until... I would wait until my argument of perigee is 90 degrees and my longitude of ascending node for the orbit that I'm trying to get at around the moon is basically on the moon's orbital path, at its equatorial plane. That's what I would do. I think. That's a guess, though. That's a guess. I don't really know. I just send stuff out to the moon, and then I adjust my orbit based off of that. Now, you know what? I'm just going to get these two rendezvous together. All right, we're approaching the target. Hey, Crawdad, 84-month resub. Hey, what's up, Lycan? How are you? All right, so let's bring up our target indicator. We're going 30 meters a second relative. We got to fire the engine. I got to turn this capsule around here. And we got to step on the brakes. SPS is online. Ready? I just jammed on the brakes there, and now we're in the exact same orbit. See? 30 meters a second burn, no big deal. Okay, hold on. I have to shut off the I have to shut off the certain thrusters here because you have to shut off the back set of thrusters for translation control on this when your service module gets below a certain fuel, or else it won't fly correctly. That's the one thing I would like to really iron out with this design, but okay. This will suffice for control at this point in time. All right, now this should be a lot easier to control relative. Okay, cool. So if you notice, my retrograde indicator, when your target marker is on here, is not aligned with our craft orientation. Okay, so now what we do, now that we're aligned, we burn our straight retro or straight prograde thrusters here, and we lower our orbital velocity or target velocity relative to 0. Now we're not in the exact same orbit here, but our speed right now is matched because our target differential velocity is 0. What does that mean? That means we're doing something called station keeping right now. Station keeping is basically a nice way of saying flying in formation with the thing that you're trying to get near. So now what we got to do How was your weekend? Congrats to Lando. It was good, man. It was good. How do you get the maneuver node to pop up in the corner? Hit the arrow right there, and it'll pop up. Yeah, you got to go here and then click the white arrow, Nader. Do any capsules use resisto jets for RCS? I have no idea, dude. Maybe. I'm going to say no for the most part, Sea Kraken, but if I say no, somebody's going to be like, well, there's this one satellite that one country launched at one time that used the resisto jets. I don't know. I don't know, because the second I'm like, nah, I don't think so, someone's going to be like, actually, I put a resisto jet up my butt one time, and that technically counts. Like, all right, now that our target velocity is minimized, I'm just going to go towards the target. Let's set it at 0.5 meters a second. But that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand. Yeah. So will chat if I'm not careful. That's why I gotta protect myself. Wait. Gotta have protection. For radiation protection for your capsule.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Actually, I believe they used a red stapler once instead. I believe you have my satellite. Oh, hey, we're here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Now, fun trick here. This is only telling your differential velocity to the first decimal point. If you go into IVA view, it tells you to the second decimal point. So you can really get good with this. So we are station keeping with the capsule, and we're in the same orbit to the thousandth decimal point at least. See, it'll tell you in hundredths here, which is super useful. All right, so now we're just gonna try spinning. It's a good trick. Trying to make sure we get this right. I like station keeping like this. It makes it really easy. Bingo. Stealing's bad. Okay. All right, Bart Bro, you're up. Boom, baby. 200 grand in the bank. Extend the antenna, and if you don't mind, I'll be taking your gravioli detector. I need that. Whoop. I just stole the gravioli detector. Well, no, I didn't steal it. We're borrowing. We're borrowing it, okay? Actually, if we take that gravioli detector and we EVA here, and we go back into Kerbal Construction, if I take it and install it here, oh yeah. Boom. It's free science for you, Jim. Now, check this out. Log gravity data. So that's Lowlands, 24 science. Hell yeah. Now watch, we're gonna go over the crater here real quick. If we just... Midlands. We do it again. Lowlands. I think we got it twice. Yeah, we got it twice. All right, we need to review, reset. Lowlands again. Here. Cool thing, if you bring up the debug menu and you go to flight info, it'll tell you the biome that you're over. Great, with the new antenna we installed, we'll finally be able to monitor the gravioli of our satellite. Oh, where did it go? Don't worry about it. All right, so here, let's get the satellite down to our lander. The next thing we're gonna do is rendezvous with the Lunar Surface Ascent Module. That is target. Inclination is the same. Now, all right, who was paying attention? We want to rendezvous with the lander. When's the best time to do it? What would be, provided we're in the right phase, it would be the best time. Is it the descending node, perigee, apogee? Cool. We would ideally want to do it at apogee. That would be the best point. Burning retrograde at apogee when your potential energy is maximized and kinetic energy is minimized is the easiest point. That's the most efficient point to do this. It doesn't really matter if we're both in circular orbits, but we aren't. Now, here's the other thing to notice. Look, we're not in phase. If we did that, that would be the most efficient time to do it, but the lander won't be there. That's important to understand. So what happens if we shift this to the next time we go through the apogee? Or apollune? What happens? There we go. We could just wait. If I slightly adjust phasing on my orbit, right? And we go, that's in 2 days. We don't need to wait 2 days in game to do that. How about we do something like this? We'll do another bi-elliptical transfer. Let's go here. And I'll set my orbit. I'll set my orbit periapsis. We could set it at 20. 20 is good enough. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's time warp over to the next maneuver. We're still next to that satellite, but look at how good look at how easy that is when you use the interior to get your velocity. We're basically just station keeping with it. We're just going to move around it because our orbits are slightly different because we're not connected. Now, you know what the funny thing is? On top of stealing that gravioli detector, we're going to blast this thing with the service propulsion system in a second here. Oh, can we also... Ah! Twin crater. You stole the gravioli detector. You stole my You stole my cloud song! Chief? Okay, stand by for SPS firing, 43 meters a second. Bye-bye. Stop slightly short, use the RCS to shore up the rest of the orbit.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Cool. Now, if you notice, we're at 20. It's still not going to be... The lander's still going to be on the other side of the planet, so we're going to have to wait. What we could do is boost up. That's not efficient. I don't want to do that. Yeah. That's right, Outdoorsman. Hey, hired 83-month resub. How goes the mission? Great, actually, thus far. So what we can do is we can use our differential orbital period to basically catch up. We can do nothing and eventually we'll catch up. Actually, this is pretty good. In fact, if we go through Apollune again, do some slight adjustments to our ascending node, or to the longitude of ascending node. You ideally, once again, want to get your rendezvous at perigee. That would be the most efficient. Or apogee if you're going up to something. Yeah, see? So I did another bi-elliptical transfer. I put myself into an orbit with a P where my perilunar is slightly higher than the 15-kilometer circular that thing is. And basically, I'm using the time that we're going to sail out here for it to catch up to us. Yeah, bi-elliptical transfer. Because I used an intermediate elliptical orbit to get close. I used this orbit to get close to the thing. So I was in a higher orbit, it's in a lower orbit. I put myself in a halfway orbit between them, and I'm going to use that to catch up, and then when it gets close to me, I'll circularize into its orbit and rendezvous. That's called the bi-elliptical transfer. They use that, dude, spacecraft engineers use that all the time. It's a double Hohmann transfer, utilizing differential orbital period to get rendezvous. Moon's lowlands, we already... Whoa, wait a minute. Dude, there's high space and low space with the Gravioli detector? Oh boy. You just got a ravioli detector. It's called your stomach. Yeah. Yeah, outdoorsman, that's fat. You know, we took the Gravioli detector. It's fat. It's called fat electrician stealing. Strategically transfer a piece of equipment to an alternative location. Yeah, it's like John Paul Jones hijacking the British ship that was full of 10,000, military uniforms that Washington utilized at Valley Forge. It wasn't stealing. We appropriated it from our enemies for our army. Okay, Revolutionary War history. Anybody? Nice, Sea Kraken. What was your other link that you sent? "29 minutes until rendezvous." Or till maneuver. So, Sea Kraken, here's your question. How do we do that? Well, the easiest way in KSP to do this would be the easiest way with no math. Let me put it like that. What was that focus point setting that allows you to zoom into the center of the capsule like that? I just zoom in on the center. The camera is default set to the center of mass of a vehicle. Fox, you can change the focus point of the camera by right-clicking and selecting aim camera. What I do is just zoom in, and then my capsule by design has an experiment storage unit in it, and I use that to store experiments. Okay, so
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Lang Stallion grinds on finals, and this is the perfect channel to entertain but not get too distracted. Cool. So you want to do this. The best way to do it would be just shoot out here, right? Get around the moon, but get in an extremely eccentric orbit around the moon. So this, if the moon's orbit is man. This is what I just did. Have your ascending or descending node and your perigee at intersect right here. So have them coplanar with the target, circularize. This is a different view now. So you're coming in from Kerbin. This is a top-down view. The orbit you're trying to get to is, you know, that orbit. Circularize with high eccentricity. And if you made sure that your descending node was on your paraloon, right, that means your ascending node is going to be on your apoloon, and then just do the inclination change out here. That would be the quickest and easiest way to do it. That's how I just did it with my lander and the capsule. That, if you're talking about doing a direct insertion, if you're talking about wanting to do a direct insertion, you'd have to do this way. Hold on, let me think. You'd need to be slightly inclined around Kerbin, and then do a transfer burn that gets your perigee in line with it, and then loop around the moon like that. You'd have to adjust your inclination around Kerbin. Now, what the difference in adjusting inclination is relative to the inclined orbit that you insert in around the moon, I don't know. I have no idea, dude. It won't take much. It really won't. The reason why it won't take much is because of the 1/6 the gravity. It's pretty easy to capture the moon. And you could capture it with your, you could capture it. There's only a range of inclinations around Kerbin that are going to get you a lunar capture. Past a certain inclination, you're just going to fly right by it. You're not even going to get a capture, right? So I would guess to go to insert polar, nothing more than like a 5-degree inclined orbit. It's not much. You wouldn't need much, dude. But it depends on the longitude of ascending node of what you're trying to get to. You're going to have to wait until the right phasing. So your transfer, even at an inclination, even at a 5-degree inclination, is going to, you got to make sure that your longitude of ascending nodes or argument of perigee is lined up. Else, you're going to need to insert. Else, if you're going to need to insert with your descending node in paraloon at an intersection point with your target orbit, and then use the differential use your circularize at a very high eccentricity, and then change your inclination when you're at apoloon. That's what I've been doing. That's the easy way to do it. It's not the most efficient way to do it, but it's not the least efficient way to do it either. And it will get you results. Just using my translation RCS to shore up the rest of this orbit. That's good enough. Once again, not the most efficient way to do this, but it'll work. See, the reason why I'm always like, oh, it's not the most efficient way to do it. It's not the most efficient way to do it. Guys, in real life, it's got to be perfect. If it's not perfect, you're probably going to miss. The delta V requirements on Earth, like Earth, the moon, and then like the real solar system are way more stringent than KSP. Like, for instance, I'll give you an example from one of the documentaries that I watch sometimes that we show on here about orbital mechanics. The space shuttle with no payload in low Earth orbit, using all of its fuel in its orbital maneuvering engines, can probably do maybe a 3-degree inclination change, and then you're out of fuel, and then you're screwed. 3 degrees, that's it. It has to be perfect. If it's not perfect, you're not gonna get there. That's why I'm like, it's not the most efficient way, but it's not the most efficient way. Like, in real life, it's gotta be right. You have to, like, sometimes even being off by like a meter a second, you're screwed. Mission failed. Like, it really depends on what you're doing. But the delta V requirements are a lot more stringent to be precise in real life. That's something that is very, very important to convey here. Kerbal, once again, gamifies it on purpose because the game would be like, well, real solar system difficult out of the box, and it wouldn't be a very good game to play. It'd be very difficult. I'm going to shut off the SPS. We shouldn't need that anymore, except for when we go home. You going to Orlando, Psycho? Will you stream the launch once it gets close enough? Reminder to gravioli it up. Good call. Actually, we do need the SPS one more time. Initiate a target burn towards target 1 meter a second should get me what I'm looking for. Actually, should accelerate more. Just once again using the RCS to get myself aligned here. $600 should be good. Now we gotta watch it though. I'm going to do a correction with the SPS, but we got to be careful. We need enough to break lunar gravity when we try to get home. $310. Okay, we're all right. It looks like an Orion, or are you crazy? It's kind of an Orion. It's my Taurus capsule. Taurus is kind of an amalgam of Orion and the Apollo Command Service Module. It's kind of a mix. But that was what I needed for my space program. We are approaching target at 3 meters a second. $200 in closing. $200 now, sorry, excuse me. Fast forward it a little bit. We have good visual on the lander. Slowing down. Inside of 100 meters. Reorienting the capsule on the roll axis for docking. .5 degrees as second per second radian roll rate. Negating that out. Roll rate is zeroed. It's important to watch the rates here. This is why I have these up. You guys can't really see these numbers, but it shows which direction my capsule is rotating or moving. Very, very useful for rendezvous. Okay, we're well under the capsule here. We're well under the lander. It's not going to require much reorientation here to get this right. Of course, we're on the far side of Kerbin. Why wouldn't we be? T-minus 33 of Starlink. 33 minutes? Yeah. Dude, so? I rendezvoused when we did not have an acquisition of signal through the landers, so we got thrown off a little bit. Okay. Okay, let's go for final rendezvous here. Thanks, Sam. Dude, I thought of doing something that I never really did before with with Kerbal. Like, if you make landing legs that deploy once and you lock everything into place, you don't have to worry about part drift. The auto struts will hold it in place. You don't, like, that's easy to figure out. I don't know why I never put 2 and 2 together before. Okay, shut down the service propulsion system, the SPS for short. We're not going to need that, and we need that fuel to get home. Rotate the capsule. Okay, get us aligned first. Start forward movement. We're 20 meters to target here. (18.2 meters a second). Wait till our vehicle orientation and target orientation are coplanar here. Capsule rendezvous lights are on. Seven meters in closing. Four meters. Slowing down. Slight adjustments. 3 meter. Slowing down to less than 1 centimeter a second. Chop. Crew hands off position. We have a soft capture. Oh, I violated the chop rule. There's only one way that these things can kind of align, dudes. Because I put these flags here with same vehicle interaction. There we go. We have a good capture. Hard capture confirmed. Hey, Antel.
Go and throttle up.
Just got time. Just got in here in time for a hard capture and hookup. What's up, man? How you doing? Is it baseball season yet? How you doing? How's things? Thanks for the 40 months, man. I appreciate you. See, now I shut down the capsules RCS. We could just use the lander to get us where we need to. Baseball, trade everyone, fire the coaches, run it back. In the case of you, yeah, it's probably a good idea, man. How's things, man? I haven't talked to you in a little bit. Things got a little hectic on my end. That's why I haven't been out and about, dude. I've been kind of MIA for a little bit. What's with the little rover wheels on the lander? Lander's landing down to repair a rover on the surface for money. Now while we're here, we can just farm gravioli. Already got lowlands. And then let's bring up the biomes here. I think we already got midlands too. But whatever. We'll just try to collect it just to be sure. Yeah, we already got it. All right, cool. Islands. All right. Dude. Well, I can't believe so. This gravioli indicator, I don't have that unlocked. The gravioli detector, that thing right there, I don't have it unlocked. But a satellite on a repair mission had one, and it didn't say I couldn't take it off, so we just hijacked that from, satellite. It's fine. I just appropriated it, Far side crater. Boom. We just borrowed it. It's good. It's fine. Midland craters. There we go. We don't have that one. It's fine. It's fine. It's totally good. It didn't say we couldn't do it. Whoops. I mean, I'm not really sorry, to be honest with you. Space piracy. Yeah. Farside Basin. Don't have that one. Oh my god. This is so cheap, dude. We gotta get this thing out to Minmus somehow. We already got Midland craters. Farside Basin, we already have that. Lowlands, Farside Basin. Midland crater. Highlands, we already got that. You didn't hijack it, you strategically took it to an alternate location. Yeah, we talked about that. At least you didn't touch the boats. Yeah, you don't touch the boats. Midnight Tactical Acquisition. Yes. We acquired it. Yeah, we work in strategic acquisitions. We have to wait until our orbit gets in phase over the buggy anyway, so. Yeah, it's going to take a second for us to get for our orbit to cross that path. We do not have the Delta V to do an inclination change like that to be able to get there. East crater, don't have that one.
Discovery,
Hey, Rojo.
going throttle up.
What's up, man? Southwest crater. Don't have that one. Dude, there's so much science. Oh my goodness. I already have Midland craters. I already have all of that. One or two more orbits and we'll land, and then space news. You're there for repairs, just making sure the part worked. Yeah, you know, we good. With all the money from these contracts, you might be able to upgrade the research center. Yeah, baby. One more orbit around. I just want to see if we can get, I saw Canyon there for biome. Canyons. Canyons! We're going back as fast as canyons. We're going to go back as canyons. We're going fast as Kenya! East Farside Crater. Oh, all right. Excellent. East Farside Crater. Let's go. Bro, that's... Okay. We have like 400 science on board already. We haven't even landed yet. Okay, let's do this. Crew will transfer into the lander now. We need Rodson, our scientist, and Bart Bro, the engineer. Land down there. Our orbital plane is lined up with the target. Let's make sure...
Discovery, going throttle up.
How does he have an antenna? I put the antenna on the spaceship. How does he have that antenna? Why does he have that antenna? Did he steal the antenna to... No, I completed that
I should not have asked. Does it have a name?
Hungy.
We should not have.
Okay, moving the scientific experiments on board. Rodson has the cargo part, and now we need to figure out where the heck those, where did this... Hello? Where did all my repair kits go? I had wheel repair kits, but I guess we really didn't. Whatever. Okay. Here we go. Lander is undocked. Put them in the Kerbal's inventory. Yeah. No, I know I did. It just... Whatever, dude. It doesn't matter. Alright, first powered descent initiation here. Remember, we're going 549 meters a second. We're going to need a little bit more than that to land. But yeah, we basically got to negate our orbital velocity out here. But we're also going to be falling, so we got to understand that too. We got to land by that rover. I got to land basically at the thing. We might need to do a slight inclination adjustment, but it can't be too much, guys. It really can't, or else, yeah, we're not gonna have a good day. Okay, first powered descent initiation here. No. Oh! I went past the maneuver node because I didn't have burn till maneuver, but it's fine. We can still get this done. It's not going to take that much extra Delta V to do this right now. All right, we're suborbital. Okay, I overburned just a little bit, but that's okay. Maneuver control node locked. Okay, I guess we're gonna do this manually. We don't have a pilot aboard and we're out of... Okay. Okay, we're lined up with the target. Almost. Start our deceleration. T-minus 14 minutes. Bro, not right now. Not right now. I'm busy. I screwed this up last time, and I'm not... Don't worry about it. We'll get to that Starlink when we get to it. Or whatever the hell's launching. Yeah, 6-92. Don't worry about it. $7,500 away from the target. Ground altimeter is on 5,700. Okay. We're over the target. Landing lights are on. $1,700 off the deck, excuse me. 1,500. $600. $450. $270. 10 meters a second down. 200. 15. 100 at 8. 5 meters a second at 60. 30. 20. 10. 5. Touchdown. 50 meters to target. We're on the moon. Gonna need to use monopropellant to get back up. We're gonna need to dump some weight, guys. Those inclination changes screwed me. Yeah, I mean, we got a good amount of monopropellant. It should be all right. We should be able to get it. As long as we can do the principal amount of ascent here. But yeah, we're cutting it close again. Now, this thing normally, on any other occasion, would have the delta V that we need, but... okay. I can't delete my stupid maneuver, and that thing's just gonna go berserk for God knows how long. Okay. Frickin' lander's sliding. Mu-X to landing site. EVA report. Far side crater. Perform some EVA science out here. No, that didn't work. Okay, Rodson needs to step out here. deploy the probe control. That was the Goob monitor. Hold on. Probe control. Those are photovoltaic. Seismometer. These are surface experiments package that will get you science. I hate that that lander is sliding. I really hope KSA will fix stuff like this, dudes. SpaceX is live. Yeah, not interested right now. It looks like the sliding stopped, guys. Which is good. Nice. Good. What the hell is that thing? Okay, we know the drill. Do not move the Kerbal when you're moving parts around like this, or else it'll delete them. It'll go through the map. Do we have the antenna for Alcep? I don't. I didn't bring it. Might need to come back. Or if I had some type of... Well, it's to a lesser extent here, which is good. -3 minutes. Yeah, I said stop giving me updates. I don't know how I could explain that any plainer. I'm just trying to get this all done while it's fresh on my mind. We can always double box a Starlink. It's not a big deal. It works, Sam. Yeah. Oh, that's not great. We don't have a connection. Bye. All right, let's check on that Starlink launch. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do about that. That's future EJ's problem. We're on the far side of the moon. We really don't have anything to relay out here. What mission is this? This is Starlink 6-92. 30-second flight of booster 1067. 32 flights on that booster, man. It's a southeast trajectory out of 39A. Cool.
Power and telemetry nominal.
I have no idea how we're gonna try and save that rover. It might blow up, guys. It's really not much we can do. Like,
Max Q.
I probably should have thought about that, but it's okay. EVA backpack after it, and then what? I can't control the thing, dude. We would need a command seat, which we do not have.
I'm back chill.
What booster is this? 1067. It's its 32nd flight. Camera's getting a little futzy today. Stand by for Miko.
Main engine cut off.
Stage separation confirmed.
I'm back startup.
Okay. Everything looks good there. Good upper stage ignition. Stand by for fairing sep.
Fairing separation confirmed.
Oh, the lights are on. There we go. Could you engage the wheel brakes with the Kerbal? Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. I know the Kerbal, I could physically get in front of it, and Kerbal could just push it, but... you know, it would be really nice if that was just the direction it needed to go. That'd be pretty cool. How long do you think it'll take a Super Heavy booster to reach 32 flights? Probably a couple of years. Not very long. Everything's looking good. First stage will now coast here. Hey, NASA man, what's going on? Question, nozzle heat. Why does it not heat out of control? So, that nozzle is made of niobium and a couple of other fun metal alloys, and the way that it sheds heat can't be through convection. It can't be convection. You can't convect anything because you need air to do that. You need air to convect things. There's no air up there. So how does it do it? Well, it uses a special metal alloy, like I said, niobium, probably some other fun stuff in there, mixed in. And how it actually sheds heat is through light. Yes, you heard that right. The nozzle glowing is shedding heat. That's how it works. That's why SpaceX has that camera in the first place. It's there to make sure that it's uniformly shedding heat, because there's no other way to keep the nozzle cool. What other matter is there in space aside from light? There's no air up there. You can't put an air conditioner on it, and it's not a regeneratively cooled nozzle either. A regeneratively cooled nozzle will solve this problem, but M1D is not that. It's closed cycle gas generator. And now the gas generator is recirculating into the nozzle to an extent here to keep it cool, and that's why this part isn't heating up. But it uses that and the metal alloy to shed the heat. The gas generator is being used to scavenge any heat from the nozzle. Once again, that's why the rim right here is really, really cool, and that's why it gets hotter the further it gets down the nozzle. But that's all being used to... The nozzle glowing is actually what's radiating heat. Fun fact, RCS does the same thing. Reaction control systems on spacecraft do the same thing.
On FTS is saved.
You know what else sheds heat? Supersonic retropropulsion. This part. My favorite part.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
That's correct, Lava. It's closed cycle. So yeah, the gas generator, that's the gas generator exhaust manifold right there. It's going through a flex pipe into a manifold that goes in and film cools the inside of the nozzle. Supersonic retropropulsion, fire, fire, fire with the sky's combustion.
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
How many miles does SSRP last for? Miles? Miles.
Stage 2 FTS is
I have no idea, dude. 4? 8? Depends. Depends on the burn. Man, Falcon 9's really flying. Look at that thing come in.
Stage 1 transonic.
That's crazy. The drone ship should be under the left grid fin here. Dude, look at that freaking thing. That thing's coming in sideways, dude. You gotta be kidding me. I mean, it's not anything we haven't seen. It's just, I don't know. That 15-story building is flying through the air. That's kind of cool. Got some vapor accumulating on the grid fins there. Oh man, she's coming in hot. Should start
Stage
the landing
1
burn.
landing burn.
Okay.
Stage 2 terminal guidance.
Landing burn has begun. Come on, bring it on home. Landing leg deploy.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
I just said that. Hey!
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
Dude, 32 flights for 1067. 32! Now, the magic number we're looking for here is around 27,000.
MVAC shutdown.
2786 at 138. Perfect. Should get a call for nominal orbit insertion here.
Nominal orbit insertion.
Told you. That was that little puff that you saw right there was the stage attitude control systems correcting its course. There you go. Starlink 692, 1067. She flew, baby. She flew again. 32 times, dude. How many missions has that thing... I mean, what were the missions that that thing has flown before we get back to my rover fiasco in KSP? Let's take a look. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 21 Starlink missions. 4 Dragon missions. 2 with crew, 2 without. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 customer missions. You've got to be kidding me, dude. This has launched people. That booster's launched people into space twice. Crew 3 and Crew 4. And then it flew SpaceX 22 and SpaceX 25. And then, oh, I missed Turksack. 8 customer missions. You've got to be kidding me. It's ridiculous. Does anybody have the link to the Senate vote for Jared Isaacman? Oh, thank you. Should be starting any minute now. I would say they got the value out of that booster many times over. Yeah. Yeah. So, all right. I'll have that on in the background whenever it could go. I think Rook will get it, dudes. That rover is, you know what we can do? We can time warp it and it'll stop. But it'll start going again, so we gotta run. Have a good night, Antares. If the payload was lighter, you could land back at the cave. Well, yeah, of course. But Starlink satellites are pretty heavy. Boy. How the heck are we gonna do this? Not get run over by the damn thing. Ow. Time warp is saving me here. How the heck do we fix this, man? Oh, boy. What's going on here? Well, the short answer is that we're on the far side of the moon, and this thing doesn't have any connection. Anchor set. Yeah, we don't have that. I'd need a command chair to drive it all the way back, and we do not have that. You know what we could do, though? Hold on. Hang on. Well, I did get the lander to stop moving initially, but it doesn't want to anymore. See last. Flip the wheel over until you get a command seat. I have the solar panel down on the thing, so it's not going to move. It'll just roll down that hill a little ways. Are you covering the MS-27 on dock? I didn't really plan on it. We have connection eventually with a sat flyby. I don't really have any relays out here. Yeah, we're gonna have to just leave this like this until we get a sat out here. I think that would probably be the easiest way here, but what we can do in the meantime is just... Thank you. Yeah, baby. I will take that, collect the data, and restore. Thank you. That rover ain't going anywhere, so... Plant the flags. We did that already. Not sure you saw this, as I know you were talking about Flight Sim earlier today. Calling all Microsoft Flight Simulator fans, the XB1 is now ready for takeoff. Yeah, Update 4 came out today. Yeah, I know. That's pretty cool. We'll play Flight Sim sometime this week, dude. Wait for the capsule to come over. The capsule is not a relay. Plant flags to stop the movement. Why are you guys so insistent on solving this movement problem when the rover's already stopped? You know it's not moving, right? Like, it's just sliding down the hill a little bit. That's no big deal. If I get a relay satellite out here, we just launch one more relay satellite and go. And then we'll drive it and get it. No problem. That's on me for not... It's on me for not thinking about that. I am a little bit worried though right now. I'm worried we're too heavy. Oh, well, our Delta V went up because we took all the experiments and parts off of this thing, that's good. Don't forget the moonstone. Oh yeah, we gotta find one of those. Hey Zingman, what's going on? XP1 after hours. I don't know. Drop the storage canisters. Yeah. Do we need the ladder? Well, this lander is supposed to be reusable. Here, let me test something. Yeah. Okay. Cool. We can get this done. We can shed some monopropellant right now, and that's making our Delta V go up. Cool. All right. I'm confident we can make it. The thing is, guys, we're gonna have to sit here for a little bit because we're definitely not making it if our orbital plane doesn't line up. So these guys are gonna chill here for the night. Use monopropellant on ascent. That's the idea. Okay, so we got to remember that we're going retrograde. Okay, we're good to launch. Which way are we doing it? We need to go southwest. What's southwest on the compass? 225? 225. Oh, the last time I did this, it didn't end well. Okay, let's do this. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Oh, wait, the moonstone. Hold. I don't see a moonstone around here, do you? There's that stupid rover. Are those them? That can't be it. It can't be that easy. But those are a different texture. There it is. No. Oh, geez, we're never gonna find it with the damn scatterer. See, moonstone is a very particular kind of stone. You'll know it. It doesn't match anything else that's here. Dude, that's impossible to find this thing with the damn scatterer. I might just go without the moonstone, guys. I'll do it on the next mission. Let's go. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7,
Discovery,
6,
go at throttle up.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Why does it say we're 110 degrees inclined? That's retrograde. That capsule's going retrograde. Whatever. Just get it to orbit. We'll assess how to do this from there. We have to abandon the lander. We gotta abandon the lander. It happens. Tell the facts.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Cutting it close. Very close. We got it. Barely, but we got it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's the maneuver node. The maneuver node is screwing us up. We're 0.7 off. The maneuver node was throwing me pretty bad. I'll use monoprop to shore up the rest of this, dudes. But the lander lives to be used another day, which is good. And we don't have to do that whole, you know, dying. We have 16 meters a second delta V, and I am not using any more of that. Actually, you know what? The best thing to do would be to use the rest of it to inclination match. Actually, we should be able to use the monopropellant to do it. Is that Commerce, Justice, and Science thing coming on or something? Like, where's C-SPAN, man? Not being streamed, apparently, I guess. Why would it? It won't be streamed, only a press release afterwards. Do these... I have thoughts. I'm not going to say them, but I have thoughts. According to the committee website, it's 5:30 Central now. Oh. Somebody probably forgot their macchiato. Okay. All right. So the best part about this, I was worried because, you know, we're not going to get the lander back, but the best part about this is that we can get the lander back, that we can use the lander again by sending a refueler out here. If we get the refueler out here, guys, I could put a relay on it. If we put a relay on it, we can refuel the lander and finish that stupid mission. To complete everything. And also I could take the gravioli detector, I could put it on the lander so we can keep it. Do we need to reverse its orbit? Not really. Man, those course adjustment thrusters saved our bacon, dude. Okay. Right. Yeah, we're gonna, when we get back, we're gonna have to design the lander. Crazy thing is that the first mission of repairing the satellite paid for all the launches. So, you know, that's kind of good. That financed both Condor missions. All right, moving towards the target. 0.4 meters a second. Accelerate 50 centimeters a second. Okay, let's get this thing rendezvoused. And then, let's get these guys home. And then we'll do space news, dudes. Will you be designing a refueling vehicle? Okay, John, honest question. And this goes for everybody else in chat. Did I just say that I was going to design a refueling vehicle and a relay for the rover, or did I think it? I'm dead serious. This mission got me a little spooked, so I'm like, right now. I was AFK. I know. I know. I'm asking kind of for the rest of chat. I did say it. All right, cool. I didn't just think it. Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna do a refueler for the lander. I want to make it look like Cygnus. I'm gonna make it look like Cygnus. Yeah, John, I know you're AFK. It's all good, man. I was just asking the rest of chat more for my sanity. Because I don't know if I said it a second ago or not. Strimmer brain, dude. What do you want? Okay, we are 3 meter out.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
One final reorientation and alignment before chop. All right, we should have a soft capture here. Soft capture, chop. Oh, more like bigness. I said it. All right, Christoph, good. Senate is streaming right now, currently voting on... It's streaming. Where is it streaming? Flip up. Senate session. Here we go.
Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch. No.
Hello? Doesn't seem like there's a lot of people there. Or... It's a non-floor vote science committee. Is this the vote on Isaacman? Yeah, that's the whole point. The roll call vote, probably first of a series, so it takes a bit to fill in. Floor vote should be later this week or early next week. Oh, it's not the exact Senate vote. It's the committee vote. Oh, Commerce, Justice, Science. Okay. Got it. Yeah. I was... Yeah. Streamer brain. So, does their... When their live streams don't load, it shows snow. Because, you know, that's what happens on TVs nowadays. You get snow in, 2025. When your TV doesn't have a connection, you get the... Senate Commerce executive session where they are voting on Isaac's nomination is not being live streamed. Just spoke to the committee and they apologized. Their press release was an error and they never planned to live stream it. They'll issue a press release with later results. What would you say you do here? Why would you expect a bunch of snow? Because, you know, snow, static, background noise from a rabbit ear television is something that happens a lot in 2025. You know. No, that's all. It's just... It's fine. It's more of a joke than anything, but it's not landing very well. Unlike my lander, which landed real well. Okay. Yeah, Toddbot. That's more of what I was getting at, but it's okay. How the heck are we going to get them back from this orbit? Even MSC had the decency to put up a test pattern, right? Right? Okay. Transfer the gravioli detector to the lander. There you go. All right, go to my storage unit. Collect all. Maybe do a crew report from here. No, no science. All right, cool. I don't even know if we have East Crater yet. I think we do. Yeah, we do. All right, cool. All right, we'll keep the gravioli there for another day. Sweet. Oh, baby. Don't tempt us Wisconsinites with more snow. We love snow. Yeah, you can keep it, pal. All right, let's undo the capsule. Power down the surface ascent module. And boop. Hey, you got to transfer the crew first, dickhead. Oh, what? You know what? Whatever. Just. You know what? They wanted to practice for surface even extravehicular circus. Yeah, you know what's gonna really suck? Getting the lander out of that orbit. Yeah, Christoph, that's a good point. Yeah, it's a really good point. That's gonna really not be fun to do, but you know, all right. So the phasing for this should just be, actually with prograde, it should be something like, or retrograde should be something like that. Yeah, I'm wrong. Okay, cool, excellent. Let's just move the phasing of that around. Yeah, it's reversed. It's reversed it. Well, big surprise there. It's reversed if you're prograde. It's 180 degrees the opposite ejection angle. So we're gonna burn on the far side of the moon. If we were going around the other way, we'd burn over here and go that way. We'd eject over here somewhere. Interesting. 285 to 428. Cool. Sir, this is a Wendy's. All right, let's get this crew home. I thought you wanted to take the Gravioli back to send it to Minmus. How would we do that, Brendan? The capsule is heading back towards Kerbin. So unless I wanted to go actually physically get the capsule with a vehicle, pull the Gravioli off, and then attach it to the next rocket, which I could, it's probably better to just leave it here. Leave it here. Refuel the lander, right? Leave it here, refuel the lander, and then send it to Minmus. Do that? Too late for that. What if we don't get, what if the capsule doesn't come down to your KSC? I have to build a recovery plane to go and get it. We'd actually have to go recover it. I mean, dude, believe me, I loved you, but I don't think we want to go down the rabbit hole in this save like that. Eric Berger post, please read it. Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation today reported favorably on the nomination of Jared Isaacman to serve as Administrator of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, advancing the nomination to the Senate floor for consideration by the full legislative body. During this confirmation hearing on Wednesday, December 3rd, Isaacman received strong bipartisan support for his swift confirmation. Chairman of the Commerce, Justice, and Science Committee said, Mr. Isaacman, I know that you are committed to American supremacy, the final frontier, as this committee. The entire Senate, my hope is that you'll be able to confirmed in this role before the end of the year. The ranking member said, Mr. Isaacman, they spelled his name right. That's crazy. I supported your nomination the first time before you came to the committee, and I hope to do so again. As the chairman mentioned, I hope to get you in this position before the end of the year. Committee's favorable report allows Isaacman to advance for consideration onto the Senate. Cool. Good stuff. No, I'm not doing that. Blunt prod. Okay. Go for transcurbin injection. Wait a minute. Wants us to go around? Question? Whatever. Do one more. Do one more orbit, I guess. That's no problem. Jack's comment on that post. All right, let's do this. Yeah, Isaacman is straight shooter with upper management written all over him. Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and sort of disagree with you there. Ed Markey, probably. Ooh, yeah. Ooh. Of all the launches, they had to choose a botched launch to showcase you in clips. They did you wrong. They didn't even say who I was, man. They just put that on there because haha, explosions. It's just It's all right. It's fine. Or something. Here we go. Gotta activate the engine. DMCA? No. No, I'm not doing that. It's a cool thing for us to see, but whatever, dude. Stand by for SPS cutoff. Good. All right, let's use the RCS to dial in the rest of the burn. One day. 0 hours, 6 minutes. This one might come down on land. We got to be very careful. Yeah, there's a big land mass right here. We might land it in that lake. All right, here we go. Yeah, Creeper, we got it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh no! 65-month resub. Explosions, the universal sound of KSP success or failure. The sound of something, dude. Jeez. Okay. I'm going to move in preparation for service module jettison. Okay. Controller, go for SM jettison. Oh, hold up. We're running out of time. Okay. SM jettison confirmed. Okay, we have entry interface. Service module ain't happy. Okay, you guys can see this. I can't see it on my screen. I'd have to look at OBS. As long as we don't come down in the mountains, we're all right. We have the science, right? All the science is in the ESU. Yeah, we got plenty. I think this is the Great Plains biome, so I'm not too incredibly worried. Looks like we're gonna come down on land. We can't land in hills. You land in hills, the capsule's gonna land, the chutes are gonna jettison, and then you roll down the hill and die. Moon Expedition 2 is on its way back. Don't know if we have Space Pope's blessing. What do you think will happen to the first Starship to do the lunar landing demos? Will it be used on Artemis 3? I do believe it calls for disposing of it. Looks like we got pretty even terrain, guys. The mountains are over there. This is the plains biome. I just don't want to land on stuff like that. See that over there? That's bad. Okay, we have reacquisition of signal through Tidris. I see there's some mountains over there, but I think we're, by and large, pretty good. Think SpaceX would do an Apollo style thing and smash the upper stage into the moon? Perhaps. If it was me, I would just leave it. Just leave it. And then go back to it later. Pretty fair terrain underneath us. We're good. Man, we are on the exact opposite side. Got nothing over here. Clouds. You could try asking them, Clayton. That usually helps. Got drogue, shoot, deploy. Rogue shoot inflate. Deceleration. Full shoots. Full shoot inflation. We got 2 good shoots. Here we go. X-Wing. Mrs. X-Wing is worried if they leave any of our tech just sitting on the moon, the Chinese will go and get it. With what? With what? What are they going to get it with? Their lander? What are they going to go get it with? The point is that they're not just going to sneak up on the damn thing, dude. They ain't just going to sneak up on it. We'll know good and well when they go near it. Yeah. Fluffy, they already stole it anyway. Ooh, a Balbo tree. Yeah, we're getting out. We're getting out and we're sampling that. This mission isn't done. We're in the we're in the plains right now. We're good. 200. Yo, where's my scientist? You're going and taking a bit of that tree. $100, $50, $40, $30, $20, $10, $5, touchdown. Oh man, that's a long way away. You guys really want to walk all the way over there? Yeah, I don't feel like doing that. Yeah, you could just get back in the capsule. That's fine. Yeah, you could just stay there. It's good. I don't feel like going over there. We had a rover or something, maybe. Ground science? I don't think that there is any ground science here to get, but... Oh. Yep, looks like dirt. Sweet. Cool. Yeah, baby. We didn't get Moonstone, but we planted the flag and we repaired the satellite. That was more than enough to justify those missions. And the real kick is that, dude, we just got a ton of science. $615 science. All right. Science. Killer. Oh, we can also go up to the lab. Is there an up-to-date EJ mod list? KSP1 mods. Exclamation point KSP1 mods. So you landed on the other side of the world. Did the Kerbals just walk home? No, we recovered them. We hit the recovery button. Geek, in my more hardcore saves, we'd have to go get him. That would suck. A lot. That's good. Good mana. Nice. Neat. Only 59 science on here. It'll give us almost 900 science. Science! All right. We're gonna have to develop a refueler for that dang thing. But we have 1.4 million. That's good. We're on our way. That moonstone doesn't pay much. That one pays really well. Really good. Another moon flag plant. Science data from the surface of the moon. That's easy. It's gonna be easy to go. Conduct observational surveys of Minmus. That's actually a pretty good paying mission. But are we sending anything out to Minmus soon? Any people? Now you need a gateway around the moon.
Yeah, maybe.
We can do science data from the space around the moon, though. We just go to the Marvin impactor that we sent out there a long time ago at the beginning of the career mode save. Yeah, the Marvin impactor. It's one of the oldest probes I have. For whatever reason, I landed it up there, and it is good. It's fine. When Jared arrives at NASA, how long would it take for differences on how NASA does things to show up? I don't know. Trey, I really have no idea. I don't know. With the plans that Rook wants to do, I don't know. I don't know how this is going to work. Could be as fast as the Apollo program. Is there any world where Rook's any word when his book's gonna be? Next week? A couple of days? Probably next week. They're probably gonna want to get him in there before the end of the year. Is the new NASA boss guy good or bad news? Well, he's not the new boss yet. I think pretty good. Yeah, good. More good than bad. Yeah. more good than bad. I mean, he's been to space twice. He's been to space 2 times, dude. That's that usually counts for something. And more importantly, he's been to space twice recently. That's an important thing to understand. Been there recently. Science data from space around the moon. I'm slowly but surely going to get over 900 science by just doing these missions. What if any other NASA administrators have been to space? Charlie Bolden's been to space. Bob Cabana's been to space. Well, actually, Bob Cabana was never NASA administrator. Joe Engel has been to space. Bill Nelson has been to space. What time should I plan to line up battlefields? I don't know, dude. A couple hours? 3 hours? I mean, Amanda Rook has to have Congress and the president behind him, and I think he does, dude. And what I'm really looking for Isaacman to do is, you know, nice. What I'm really looking for him to do is just expand the Artemis program and build out good architecture. Build out architecture that's going to get us all the way to the moon, you know, sustainably. We, you know, not necessarily waiting on commercial. He needs to build out a good in-house program. And I think that's what Congress wants, and I think that's a good idea. But also, I think he's going to champion a commercial Mars program as well. And I don't have a problem with that. That's a good idea. Sorry. I wasn't yawning. I was making faces at you. Science data from the surface of Minmus. I'm gonna get 900 science by just doing this crap over and over again. It's easy money. How have Congress singled out that's what NASA wants, that being an in-house lander? I don't necessarily know that for sure. Is he gonna walk into NASA HQ with a paintball gun and start firing people? I don't think so. That's what I would do. I'd be like, you're fired. Oh, you, sir. You're definitely fired. Hey, where's the guy that canceled Viper? You're fired. Get out of here. Go, pack up your stuff and leave. Yeah, I don't think Rook would do that. He's a lot cooler than I am. I'd be like, I hate all of you. Just go home. Just go home. Bye. Don't come back. Oh, surface of Minmus. Idiot. Unlock any new tech after fuel tanks? No, but we could. That mission came back with like 600 science, JDG. Sweet. Yeah, Brandon, the one that's being used as a floor jack. Who here has canceled the space program? You. You? Oh, bye. Anyway. This is good stuff, man. I don't know. Like, there, other than Rook and talking about what Rook's going to do, dudes, there's really not a lot of space news. Creeper linked me up the links, and Rocket Lab started moving their neutron fairing around, which is pretty cool. And they definitely call it the Hungry Hippo. And the next Project Kuiper, Amazon Leo mission is set to launch on the 15th. Monkey noises. Tanks at 39A are arriving at the port. Hey, bad electrician. All right. Woof. Now Space Coast Live. What the heck's going on with the service structure over there? Is that supposed to be doing that, or? Cool. Oh, dudes, yeah, this is something to freaking talk about, man. He's going off. This is some of the stuff he's been posting about. Satellites with localized AI computer, where just the results are beamed back from low latency sun synchronous orbit, will be the lowest cost way to generate AI bit streams in 3 years. In less than 3 years, and by far the fastest way to scale within 4 years, because easy sources of electrical power are hard to find here on Earth. 1 megaton per year of satellites with 100 kilowatt per satellite yields 100 gigawatts of AI added per year with no operating or maintenance costs. Connectivity via high bandwidth lasers to the Starlink constellation. The level beyond that is constructing satellite factories on the moon and using a mass driver, electromagnetic railgun, to accelerate AI satellites to lunar escape velocity without the need for rockets. That scales to 100 terawatt a year of AI and enables non-trivial progress towards becoming a Kardashev 2 civilization. That last part's a little unhinged, but I don't hate it. That's he goes on to say, once there are lunar factories, robots and mass drivers on the moon, such that the entire loop is closed, the system probably decouples from conventional currencies and operates autonomously in watts and tonnage. Okay. You can see the low Earth or the cislunar economy growing. It's just not growing in ways that we thought. That's for sure. That is not the way I thought that was going to happen, dudes. Can you really dissipate 100 kilowatts in under 100 kilos? I don't know, dude. I mean, it might create the end of scarcity when AI kills us all. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not, I don't know, man. That is a thing that does things. Here, Rocket Lab's fairing, take a look. No. Hungry Hippo fairing. Rocket Lab packed up their Hippo fairing and they started to. That's Neutron's fairing, and they started to. They're shipping it overseas to the Neutron pad. Look at that thing, Hungry Hippo. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Kardashians. Yeah, okay. Reusable fairing, dude. Opens and closes. That's not a small fairing, dude. Cool. I assume there's some sort of system to seal it when it's closed to prevent leaking. They won't show us the inside, Cirrus, so I have no idea.
All right.
Cool. Good stuff, dudes. We freaking nicked the gravioli detector. That's awesome. What do we want to unlock now? I unlocked fuel tanks. I might just want to wait. I just want to wait on the science, dude, before unlocking any of this, dude. If we can get that and that, we can build the super heavy lifter. I can build the big guy. And yeah. And then we could do ISRU. Start to get the ion engines out. There's these useless ESA probes here. PB Nuck. And then there's the deployable Alcep experiment. Nice. Who, if anyone, is working on the $1 trillion business plan for the eventual Kessler syndrome problem that we will have? I don't think anybody's working on it. I don't think it's a $1 trillion business plan. I think if you lower the dollar cost access to get into low Earth orbit, JDG, then maybe that market will emerge. But if you have the dexterity to just throw 100 tons into low carbon orbit, 100 tons into low Earth orbit, you can solve the Kessler syndrome problem is easily solvable. I mean, clearing orbital space debris, that's no problem. If you can move 100 tons into space. Last, definitely important. I demand big ground station. You're a big ground station. Got him. You know, let's go over here. Let's go over here and let's see if I have my big planes unlocked. EJ, I've been playing Fallout 4 on Amazon Luna. What the hell is Amazon Luna? I don't know what the hell that. What is that? Cloud gaming. Ugh. We got the A200, that'll work. Oh, the only thing we need for this is the landing gear, I think. You can unlock that now, yeah, and we could roll out ground stations. We could build a ground station that just rolls out the back of this thing wherever we want to fly it. I don't know, Pigzig. Dude, we have all the parts for MLV. Ooh. 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 This thing would look so goofy with my capsule up at the top, but also... You have the budget for MLV, that's $215K per launch. Yeah, but most of that is the first stage and you get all of it back. That thing can put 18 tons into space, no problem. But yeah, dude, yeah, we have all the parts because I unlocked the 375 tanks. Huh. Interesting. Make a real scale Falcon 9 and use that as your heavy lifter? Kinda want to, Pigzig, yeah. Kinda want to. That'd be pretty funny, dude. How much is the R&D upgrade? Oh, it's like $3 million. Have you gotten any Condors back yet? No. No, I don't think I've ever landed the stage. The legs have trouble locking out. We need 3.38 million. We have 1.5 million. We're a little under halfway there. But with MLV, guys, we should... Yeah. MLV is a really good vehicle. Those landing legs are way better engineered because they're designed to be reused over and over again. Start cranking those missions. Yep. Actually, MLV should be able to we should be able to thinking. Quiet. I'm thinking like MLV could move Moon Crane and the lander into space in one shot. I'm pretty sure. And I forget off the top of my head, dudes, but I'm fairly confident that 18 tons to Leo is not I think it could have enough to move 18 tons out to the moon after that. Let me see how much Delta V that second stage has. You could co-manifest the lander with the CSM as well. Ah. "18 tons of Leo. I know a lifter that can do 18 tons of Leo. It has reusability. I don't have the shuttle parts unlocked, man." I really would like to see how much this gets to Leo. How much fuel we have left over with that stage. Hey, Hangman, what's going on? Dude, using this would be super useful. But once again, I would really like to evaluate it. And I don't really feel like paying $230 if I don't get that damn stage back. But also, at the same time, this is a very potent launch vehicle. We don't have monoprop thrusters sitting in back, though. Should probably do that. I wonder what happens if we put a little bit of an overclock on this thing. I should probably stew on this, dude. This is a good design. Condor is a good design. This is great. I just really have to get the stupid landing figured out. I still say build a nuclear tug upper stage to increase the payloads you can take out to LKO. I never said I wasn't going to do that, John. I just need a heavy lift architecture to do it. Even MLV is just as the name implies, the medium-duty launch vehicle. We're going to need to make more money before we build the nuclear tug, but I do have something in mind if you care. That's what I have in mind. I just need to be able to put this inside of a fairing, dude. Build MLV from scratch? Oh. Testing at McGregor. Yeah, it has 6.6 kilometers a second delta V. I'm wondering what happens if I put 18 tons at the front of this thing. What does it do? 4 kilometers a second. Yeah, this thing hauls, dude. Good design. Was that a real cow or a sound clip? It was a sound clip, dude. Yeah, that's for a heavy launch architecture. There's the Rigel capsule. That's funny. It looks so goofy. It looks so goofy compared to the other one. Guys, I don't know, all of a sudden I got really tired. I might need to go eat something real quick. I thought NSF said that was a real cow that they recorded. It probably was, Trenton, but just now the clip was... Alright. That was the recording, sound effect of the recording of the cow. You haven't slept in days. Yeah. You know what? While we're here, let me just... How big are those solar panels for this? Oh, that's way too big. Way too big for this capsule. What about the circle ones? Circle ones don't look too bad. They are quite large. YouTube chat is still alive, I think. Yeah, it's there. So, like, this is one of those rare scenarios where, like, I completed everything that I wanted to do in KSP, but there's also not a lot of space news, dudes. I don't know. What do you want to do? It's a little too early to go into after hours, I think. RimWorld. No. I don't like RimWorld. It was cool to see that small clip of you during the Streamer Awards this weekend. E-bombs? E-bombs world? KSP, you're back to the Roman Empire. Alright, well, let's pick out what we want to do. Pick out what we want to do. We gotta do something quick. Or Anno. Go eat. I'll just go grab some water. I'll be right back. 1 second. back. I got water. All right. I could design the refueler. I want to use MLV, but then let's just keep using Condor. MLV is a bit expensive. If I botch a landing, it's going to really kill me. Condor is a low-cost solution, so I'm going to keep going with that. What do we have here? We could rescue more Kerbals. Malvin, Carmen. Build a new orbital station around the moon. Have a facility supporting 15 Kerbals. That's not worth 167. Should refuel the lander. Yeah. I don't really like any of these. Yeah, I have a contract for an Eve probe. I'm just not sure if we're going to get what we need. We could do the ground tracking stations, but I mean, I'd have to design a new one. Designing one will kill a few hours, but yeah, see, that's the thing. I'm a little tired right now. Like my brain is not working correctly, so whatever I design is not going to be good. My mind is just a piece of poop today. I mean, like, this is a good time to put a bow on KSP for now. Like, we can play again tomorrow if we really want to. Take a nap. I said I would play Battlefield tonight, Toddbot, so I got to do that, but I don't know if we should do that now. It still is a little bit early, but then again, like, this is one of those days where we ended up not doing space news because there isn't a lot of space news, and we got everything that we needed to do done in KSP. So, yeah, I think it's good to we'll just have some fun for the rest of the night playing Battlefield. I don't have a problem with that. And then, yeah, if I get second wind, I'll get back to you. Did you install the XB1 for Flight Simulator yet? No. Should we do that? Did we say we were going to play Flight Sim tomorrow? I think I had Flight Sim teed up for Thursday. I think we were going to play Hearts tomorrow. Have you given Arc Raiders a look? It's Battle Royale. I don't care. I hate Battle Royales, dude. Hearts of Iron tomorrow, Car on Wednesday, Flight Sim Thursday. Yeah, I think that was the tentative plan, yeah. Yeah, dude. Either way, good stuff with Kerbal today. Why do you hate Battle Royales? I don't enjoy them. I don't find them fun.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Myth, 77-month resub. I don't like Battle Royales or Extraction. I just don't. They just don't do anything for me, dude. Like, Dude, I grew up in like a golden age of shooting games, like, you know, Battlefield 2, COD 2, COD 4, right? Like, Medal of Honor, like it's Counter-Strike, Half-Life, like, you know, Battlefield's a return to form, which is why I like it so much. Halo, Quake, yeah, GoldenEye. Fellas, you can call me old, that's fine. You call me young, call me whatever you want. Those games are better. They're more fun. I enjoy them. I don't like Extraction or Battle Royale because it's just... I just don't... I don't like it. Like, I don't have fun playing it. You know, you with the extraction shooter, you know, you land, you drop, you gotta go find your weapons. You spend all this time finding all your weapons, and then when you're not looking, you just get shot in the head. It's like, oh, great. All right. Let's jump into some Battlefield for after hours, I think, dudes. We got everything we needed to get done in Kerbal today. The space news cycle is a little bit slow, so let's do that. I'll just jog the VOD over on YouTube. I'll be back in a moment. On the YouTube side of things, just stand by for a momentary signal outage. We'll pause for station identification. This is the Eric Johnson Space Administration Twitch and YouTube gaming stream. I'll be back in a moment.